real and maybe faking it. Free speech advocate, it's on my mind, I'm saying it. I'm about to buy another gun and ain't nobody taking it. Gun toting, Bible reading, God believing, truth speaking, American. This MAGA season, Democrats committing treason. I know they think it's sweet, but you don't know who you dealing with. This for free thinkers only. You ain't got no membership. They free General Flynn out the cage, cause he innocent. Barton Roger Stone, cause the run know that he innocent. We need to kick out every single illegal immigrant. Mandatory voter ID laws we need to implement.
Hello, everybody.
Good evening.
Hey, Jimmy. How you doing?
I'm good, Ruby. How are you doing this evening?
Doing good. You know what? I actually just woke up from a nap, and I would have not woken up if it wasn't for my kids killing each other or having a fight. I don't know what was happening, but I was faking that I was sleeping, and then I actually fell asleep for real.
Really? Don't you hate when you do that?
Yep.
Well, I took a nap earlier, and I shouldn't have done it because now I'm all tired and crap. And I'm like, I told Chris, I said, I don't know how I'm going to get through tonight's episode. I guess we'll have people come on. It'll get energized. We'll be fine. It'll probably go 4 hours. No, I'll go ahead and say that, and then it might not go 4 hours. So well,
yes.
I don't know what you have on the docket for this evening. So I guess we'll see and find out, or whatever the callers call in and have to say.
Yes, good. And I'm so glad that I do have I do have a new guest that will be on for tonight. And I have Tony and this guest backstage. So after we give our little intros, I'm going to bring everybody up to the stage. And hopefully we will get a new perspective, because I have never talked about politics with this person before.
Oh, interesting.
So, yes, and she's Tony's cousin. So she's not my cousin, but she's Tony's cousin. So we're all cousins in the same family, but I've never really gotten to speak to that side of the family about,
gotcha. Want to give you an update on the Kathy O'Brien quest to get her on the show. I did send her a message last Wednesday morning, and unfortunately I have not heard back from her yet. So that's okay. I'm still working on it. I do know from what some folks have told me, she doesn't really like talking about everything that she's already talked about for all these years, but she will. I'm sure she'll say some stuff about it. But she talks about her books too. And the name of that book, I couldn't remember it last week. It's Transformation of America by Kathy O'Brien. That's the name of the book. So I wanted to make sure I let everybody know that this evening before I forgot.
Okay. Wow. That's okay though. You know what I mean? Like I would understand.
And I had someone else send me a message, somebody that watches the show pretty regularly, and I can't remember the name of the guy she sent me, but the guy did send me an email, and he's like all into the Giza pyramid stuff, and like really supposed to be really knowledgeable in that stuff. But when I looked at the email, he was like, yeah, I'll come on the show. But it was like, I can't take bookings until September, or up until, I'm like, good God. Okay. So he's in high demand apparently. So I'll try to work on that too.
Wow. Okay. Well, today I wanted to do something simple. So the open discussions after the news blast, I just put a question. What does it mean to be American? So I want everybody to think about that, while we do the news and things like that, so that when you come on the stage, I would like to know everybody's different perspective on what they think it means to be American.
Cool. I also sent you 2 clips on your X feed, and I think we need to go. I think we need to play them tonight. Not yet, but in a little while. But the one that is about the executive order 13818. I think people need to know what that is. Now, we've talked about it several times on the show, and I've talked about it in some of my videos on my channel. But folks really need to understand that. And then there was an exchange at the White House between the media, Trump and Bukele, about this guy that got deported back to El Salvador. And it's a very, it's, I sent it to you and I said, we need to watch this for educational purposes
Yeah.
because the administration in the room literally blew the media away. So I was like, hell yeah, people need to see that because they need to understand what's going on there.
Okay, very interesting. Yeah, all right, let's say hi to everybody in the chat. So if you want to shout out, you already know what to do. Enter the chat right now. I'm going to say hello to everybody and then we can bring up our guests and then go through the news. Let's see. John Marciano, hello. And he posted that at 4 p.m. John.
John's ready.
And Jane, hi Jane. I'm your daddy is in the chat. Leonard Smith in the chat. Hey guys. Beverly. Hi Beverly. Illegal. Illegal silly. Janie. Who else is in the chat? Rosie. Hi Rosie. Gigi. I think that's Gail, right? Gigi Gail. I think that's Gail. Beverly. Hi Beverly. Jason Bowen, hello. Welcome to the show / chat. Michelle Price. Okay, who else? Who else? Enter the chat, guys. JG's in the chat. Hey. Jerica Marie Cormany? Hello. Okay, who else? There we go. Gigi. Daddy's home. These people are too much. J-Man. Hey, J-Man. King Tony's in the chat. Finally. All right. Oh, okay. Let's see. Del Real Love. Hey, Doreen. Joseph's in the chat. Okay. Who else? Chad. Hey, Chad. Thrifty. Okay, the gang is here. Everybody's here. I'm recognizing everybody's user. All right. Who else? Fighter of Truth. Ooh, that's a good name. Being American is to live in a true democracy. I don't know about that word, huh?
Yeah. I will just say, why don't we just change the word democracy to republic? And that would be a more true statement. Just saying.
Okay. Listen, the last 4 years messed me up with the word democracy.
Yeah.
Hey,
We might, you know what? We might need to find a quick, because I'm sure there's one out there, explaining the difference between what a democracy is and what a republic is. I'm sure there's a little video out there that would do that. So
hi, Spyro.
maybe we can look. Maybe we can look for that later. Let's see.
Yes. Hi, difficult decision. Nice. Okay, so we got caught up with the chat. I am going to bring up some of our guests. We have King Tony and we have Micaela Soso on the stage. Now, usually we do a news blast, but I just want to give Micaela just an introduction. She can give an introduction, 3 minutes or less, basically, if you want to, where you are in the political spectrum, or if you vote or don't vote, or even the question, what does it mean to you to be American? So if you want to unmute yourself, just let me know. You can jump in whenever you want.
Hey, you
Go
guys.
ahead.
So I'll start with my political standpoint. So yes, hi, my name is Michaela. I feel neutral. I don't really have a standing on whether I'm Republican, Democrat, liberal, or conservative. I feel like I don't want to use the term spectrum, but I feel like my opinions don't lie with either party. So I just like logic. That's strictly where I stand. I was like, what makes sense? Make it make sense. And then
Oh,
as far as
okay.
what does it mean to be American, I mean, like, I feel like that specific question is different for each individual. Like for me, it means being able to, within the law, basically live my life, be happy and free, and pursue opportunity and interests. And I think everyone should have that opportunity if they're following the law, like within the law, scopes of the law.
I agree with that.
Me too.
I'd like to say a comment to what she said about, you know, this her views on the spectrum don't lie basically with right or left. You know, over the years of being in this information war, I have found that to be more of a case now than what it was, let's say, 4 to 8 years ago. Because, you know, even 4 to 8 years ago, you had people that were staunchly on the right and staunchly on the left. But after the 4 years of Biden's residency, a lot of people are starting to question things, and that's a good thing. And so now they don't know really, okay, I don't think I really support this, and I don't think I really support this side. The question is, why is that? Why are people's views changing to where they don't trust either side? So I've just seen a pattern in that.
Well, maybe if you don't mind me responding to that,
Yeah, go
maybe
ahead.
it has something to do with you will choose a side because they have these great ideas, and it's just like, okay, yes, I support this, and then suddenly something that you don't align with is thrown into there, and it's a big deal, and it's very loud, and it's like, this isn't necessarily um, where I stand.
Right.
So it doesn't make sense to throw yourself into one category or the other because, again, our ideas are, for the most part, people are pretty broad.
Yeah. I like what you said about you want logic, whatever's logical, whatever makes sense. I like the fact that you took that stance.
I
Yeah,
agree
and
with both of you guys. I don't want any parties. I just want to be American. Like no labels, no boxes. Just put your own country first, America first.
Hmm.
I actually have a clip about this that I wanted to play for you guys.
The two-party system that Did you know that the first president and founding father of the United States of America, George Washington, despised the two-party system that dominates American politics today?
Yep.
He believed that political parties both distracted and divided the people from coming together in basic common cause, which would then be used to empower a corrupt elite. During his farewell address on September 17, 1796, he warned that political parties would become potent engines by which cunning, ambitious, and unprincipled men will be enabled to subvert the power of the people and to usurp for themselves the reins of government. Today, George Washington is viewed as the first and only independent president in U.S. history, since his successors all represented political parties which he did not. Despite the monopoly on political power that the two-party system has held since George Washington left office, in the past 10 years, something unprecedented has begun to take place. The majority of Americans are now identifying as political independents and have grown tired with the unending corruption and political charade of the two-party system. If you too have had enough of this ridiculous circus show, join Free and Equal as we spotlight independent leaders and help the people take back the power.
Very good.
I like that video. And I love them, the Free and Equal. They were doing like the third party, what you call it? Oh, debates and things like that. I like that. But I know that, the blue and the red is already just too. I don't think people are. I wish more people would break out of that, two-party mentality of like, I'm this, you're that. We're different.
Well, I'm on a chat thread that's just nothing but guys, and we talk political, religious stuff in there. And one of the guys said today that he was just so, he says, this extreme right, this extreme left stuff, he said, that if that's not quailed or gotten rid of, basically that's going to destroy America. And I told him, I said, look, you're not wrong. I said, I've been trying to tell everybody for a while not to get caught up in this, left versus right mentality, because that's been designed to divide us all. And like George Washington, and that's exactly what he said. And to fall in line with what you said a little while ago, Ruby, was you want people to be in a position that are for America, not for some agenda or anything like that, or not for somebody else's self-interest, but for the American people. And I think if there were no labels, then and there were no agendas to be pushed, then I think we'd be able to really identify who was running that would be actually for America and for the people.
Yeah. Welcome to the stage, Joseph. You are with us. How you doing?
Just fine. And yourself, Ruby? You have a good week?
Yes, doing good, doing good. I almost didn't make it tonight. I fell asleep and I woke up at 8:45.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. Here is one meme that I want to show you guys, and then I think I think all of us would agree on this. You let me know. The meme says, no matter who you vote for, the debt keeps rising and the bombs keep dropping.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, Tony agrees. How about anybody else? Do you agree, disagree? How you guys feel about that?
I
Well, I
feel
think the state is still in power.
Sorry, say that again.
I think the deep state is still in power. It's not just here in America, it's global. And they control governments and politicians and their agenda to disrupt everything.
All right, that's a good one. Okay, Micaela, you can unmute yourself. Agree or disagree? How you feel about that meme?
Thus far, it has shown to be true. As far as the current presidency, it's just started. So we'll have to see where it goes.
Okay, and Jimmy, how you feel about that, Jimmy?
The meme is itself, and what it's saying is basically true. However, I will say that there's a lot more to it that you could dive into. For example, Joseph said he thinks the deep state's in full control, and that they operate in other countries as well. That's true, and that they're still in power. There's a part of me, of course, everybody knows how I feel about this. The deep state does not have the power and control that they used to, because if they did, we wouldn't be seeing so many changes that are for the betterment of the people. However, with that said, there are factions, I would say middlemen, low-level operatives, that are still conducting operations for the deep state in other countries. I will say that I do believe they'll be dealt with, but they're just being really loud right now. They just don't have the pull that they used to. So, talk about the bombs keep dropping. Okay, well, yeah, there's stuff going on right now. There's a reason why that's happening, especially over in Yemen. As far as the debt is rising, that's a whole nother subject that we could get into.
Okay, just wanted to get your guys' opinion on that. I mean, I agree with that. I don't really think it's like I agree and disagree at the exact same time, because I feel like no matter what happens, the country is still going to run the way, whether you like it or not. It's still going to happen regardless of who's in power, which party is in power. I don't feel like we have much of a pull anymore. You know, like we don't have power. The people don't have power right now. Like I could feel that suppression from the government. The government's too big. So until we start shrinking all of that, and I can see more of like grassroots movement. We can vote people out when they don't meet our expectations. You know what I'm saying? Like until that happens, I would agree that we can make real change. But right now, I agree with you guys about the deep state and a bunch of that stuff as like they're bought and paid for type of thing. But you know, Jimmy says we're gonna see brighter days ahead, basically. So I hope I hope you're right, because I don't know, man.
Well, I mean, I just want to talk about the people not having power comment. That has been changing over the last 8 years. It's been slow. I think it's bigger than a lot of people are imagining what it is, because of course the media is not going to report on stories where citizens of a county, gathered together to get rid of the sheriff in the town, or, they banded together because of the corruption. We did see a little bit where the parents were rising up in the school board meetings back in 2021 and 22. I would say because of that, the people won that narrative. So what would have happened if none of those parents stood up? They would have thought the deep state would have thought they were just getting away with everything they were doing, and they weren't being exposed. Then you have now where you have girls' sports teams refusing to play other teams because of a transgender individual on that team. So, and people have been speaking out about that. So I think we are seeing the power return back to the people. And another reason I say that is because the woke ideology that they've been pushing over the last 4 years very heavily, it's starting to disappear. So I think the people have more power than what folks know.
Okay, I agree. There's a shift happening, but I would think that that's more like civil disobedience than actual power. Like voting power, or like with our movements without getting labeled or canceled or blackballed. You know what I'm saying? Like there's still a.
Well, let me ask you this. Let's look back at the stats of the election and how Trump, they gained we know how we feel about right versus left, but this is for the election reasons and everything. But anyway, but everything swung, every county, every state, they all swung a little more to the right. Every one. So that right there, if you just look at those stats, that's a huge shift for the people in a political arena.
You're right. So, okay, Jimmy. So remember when you said that you would like a little intro for your news blast?
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you come up with one?
Yeah. I got a little template, put a little music. So if you guys are here live, you got to see it first. I'm going to play this clip, and now you know that that's when the news blast is going to start. So
cool.
Here you go.
Well, good evening and welcome to the News Blast. That was cool. I liked it.
Yes. Awesome, everybody. Welcome to the News Blast with Jimmy Bell and friends. If anybody has anything that relates to the subject, please stay on subject and you can make a comment. But the floor is for Jimmy.
All right. Hey, Ruby, while I'm doing this, see if you can find a video on X or something that I don't know if you can search while you might be able to search for it. Explaining the difference between what a democracy is and what a republic is.
Okay, I'm
See,
gonna.
see if you see, just not, and we're not gonna play it. I'm gonna start, but just see if you find something while I'm talking.
All right.
I appreciate it. Thank you. All right. All right. So let's, for those that may be new to the show, let me just let you guys know that this information that I have compiled, I get it from the Enoch News Blast. It's a channel on Telegram. What it is, it's basically headlines. And I'm not going to go in full depth on these stories. Some of these stories I haven't even heard of yet. But the reason why we're doing this is because this is a lot of information that the mainstream media will not put out, basically to keep us all in the dark with everything going on. And then you guys, once you find a subject that you like or hear, you can go do the research on it. You can go look and see what the story is. So that's the premise of this little segment, is just to give you some information that you can go dive into. So let's start with Tuesday, April 8th. And basically it's a recap of what's happened over the last week is basically what this is. Okay, am I still on? Yeah. Am I still on?
Yes,
Okay.
you're still on.
Okay.
I just
All
put
right.
your face big so that people can see you better.
Oh, great. All right. Wonderful. All right. So first thing we have for Tuesday, April 8th, the Pentagon considering proposal to cut thousands of troops from Europe. My little comment on that would be a good thing, because we don't need all of our troops over there supporting NATO, which is an evil regime in my opinion. That's open for debate for some folks, but I think that's a good thing to cut thousands of troops from Europe. Judge orders White House to allow the AP access to news events. So again, we have a judge trying to tell the executive order the executive branch what to do. Yeah, that's not going to fly well. The roof collapses at a Dominican Republic nightclub, killing at least 98 people.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. I mean, I heard it was a tragedy, but I didn't know what it was.
Yeah, I don't know what happened with that caused that roof to collapse, but I would not have heard about this if I wasn't listening to MLB radio on XM this week. And because two former major league pitchers were at that nightclub and they died. One was Oliver Dotel, who pitched in the major leagues for like 15 seasons or whatever, and he holds the record for being with the most teams in his career. I think it's like 14. He was like with 14 teams in his career. So that's the only reason why I knew about that roof collapsing. That's pretty
sad.
That's pretty sad. Trump plans to fine the migrants $998 a day for failing to leave after deportation order.
Wow.
Can you go to your X feed real quick?
Yes.
And look at the clip I put up last night on our big picture chat.
Big picture chat.
Yeah. It's right at the bottom. It's like it's titled My Favorite Word.
Okay, everybody, we're gonna go to my X feed now. Let's see. Let's blow this up a little bit bigger. Okay, there we go.
I swear I sent it to the it's picture.
You sent the moon stuff.
All right, go to my feed.
Okay, your page. All right. Here goes your X page.
Yeah, scroll down. I think that's it right there. No. Go back up.
This?
Go back up one more.
This?
Is that it? What is that? Yeah, that's it. That's it. Yeah, my new favorite word. Deported.
That is so stupid.
Okay, so carrying on. Elon Musk labels Trump advisor Peter Navarro moron over a Tesla comment. Nevada man arrested after 7 emotional support tigers are seized from his home. He had
What?
7 emotional support tigers. Okay. FBI creates multi-agent bodyguard team to protect Dan Bongino. Supreme Court allows Trump to terminate 16,000 probationary federal workers. Probationary being the key word there, folks. Trump assassination attempt suspect Ryan Routh sought rocket launcher from Ukraine. U.S. Navy unveils newest Virginia-class fast attack submarine. And Trump administration fires the Navy admiral at NATO. Ah, sweet. Good. All right. That was Tuesday. Any comments in the comment section for Tuesday?
No, just a couple people laughing about the clip. Jane Spitfire says, "Hey, I heard his group would look at SOC security payments, see if real born American, and if not, a letter got to leave." Oh, is that about the deportation?
It's something. Yeah, I don't know about that.
All right, Dallas. Hey, Dallas. He says, "I've been fed up with political correctness." Oh yeah, me too.
Yeah,
That's why we made this show, so we could go off.
Everybody's done with it.
Yup. Welcome to the chat, Butterfly Queen 62. Let's see who else was in here. Oh, Fighter of Truth just said, agree 100. We need to do away with the Electoral College and count 1 vote per person. And I'm sorry, Fighter of Truth. That is a huge red flag for me.
Yeah. If that were the case, then New York, LA, and all your big cities would decide the elections. That would take away the voice of many Americans if you got rid of the Electoral College. Maybe we could
absolutely agree with that.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I was just discussing that with Ruby earlier today.
Yeah, the Electoral College is huge. And if you understand the difference between democracy and republic and how the Electoral College protects the republic, then you would understand why we feel that way.
I got the video. So whenever you want to.
Yeah, let's do that after the.
All right.
You know what? F it. Go ahead and play it.
Okay. So it's from PragerU, and it's a 5-minute video, but as soon as we get the definitions, we can just stop. All right, let's watch it.
At the close of the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia in 1787, legend has it that a woman called out to Benjamin Franklin to ask what kind of government the delegates had created. Franklin responded, "A republic, madam, if you can keep it." A republic? Shouldn't Franklin have said a democracy? Isn't that what we have in the United States? Most people today would say yes. After all, if our country isn't a democracy, what is it? It's not a dictatorship, the rule of one man, or an oligarchy ruled by a small group. In America, the people are in charge. That's literally what democracy means in the original Greek. Demos, kratos. The people, demos, rule, kratos. But let's pause for a moment and consider more deeply what the word means in practice and why the delegates in Philadelphia rejected it. That's right, rejected it. Our government was established by a national charter, the Constitution of the United States. We are governed by the institutions and according to the rules and principles created and adopted when our forebears ratified that document, making it the supreme law of the land. Are those institutions, properly speaking, democratic? The men who bequeathed our form of government to us, those we call our founding fathers, didn't see it that way.
All right, and we have a glitch right when we were getting to the juicy part.
Yeah, that was really good. It was starting out really good. Dang
You
it.
already know they're gonna start canceling my stuff in a minute. My computer's gonna go black. My camera's gonna shut off. I'm gonna get jumped out of my own stream. Sorry, guys.
You know, and we do this for educational purposes only, right? Entertainment and education.
Yes. Well, anyways, if anybody wants to finish that video, it's on YouTube, PragerU, The Difference Between a Democracy and a Republic, 5-minute video. That's the title. So you can go to YouTube and watch it.
It is so good. And yeah, people really need to understand the difference there because I think things will start to make more sense.
Well,
So,
that's why we have Congress.
what's that?
That's why we have a Congress. We the people elect representatives to represent us in a republic.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
All right, Jimmy, you can go ahead with your news.
Okay, so let's go on to Wednesday, April 9th. Stock surge after a 90-day pause announced for most countries' tariffs. I thought that was hilarious last week when on Tuesday everybody was, oh, the sky is falling. We're losing all of our money and blah, 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 blah. And then the next day it jumped like 3,000 points.
Yep.
I mean, those folks that were, for lack of better words, bitching and moaning about losing all that stock on Tuesday, then they didn't say crap on Wednesday. And even at the lowest point that it was at last Tuesday, that was still higher than previously recorded in the Biden administration, if I'm correct about that statement. I think I am. But it was still higher, and no one said anything because it was lower. Anyway, so they surged. So that was cool. King Charles and Queen Camilla visit Pope Francis on their anniversary. Hey, the Pope is back in the news.
Oh,
So
wow.
he got a visit from the King and Queen. Yeah, who cares? Trump hits back with a 125% tariff and escalating trade war with China. Which, if you noticed about these tariffs, Trump announced all these different tariffs for all these different countries. And then like 70 of those countries, and we talked about this last week. So if you missed last week's episode on tariffs, go back and watch it. But 70 of those countries decided, hey, we might want to make a deal. But China, no. So Trump didn't draw back things on China right now. So that's going to be, it's all a plan, folks. Just sit back and watch how it works. Supreme Court allows Trump to fire independent agency members. Wow. So that was on Wednesday. And on Tuesday, they allowed him to terminate 16,000 probationary federal workers. Interesting. Trump declares war on state climate laws. Can we get a clap for that? Yes.
Oh, yes. Is that has to do with the cloud seeding or the chemical trails?
Yeah. So from what I know and understand, yes. I do know that there's 9 more states that have jumped on board to ban geoengineering, cloud, chemtrails things.
There you go. That's what it was. Yeah.
This is the question I have for everybody out there. For everybody out there that said, oh, chemtrails aren't real, then why are states putting a ban on it?
Yep.
If it wasn't real, and if the conspiracy theorists weren't right about this, why are they putting a ban on it? Why is the Supreme Court, why is Trump declaring war on it?
Okay.
Something to think about. All right. Another thing Supreme Court allowed Trump to do. Deport Venezuelans under the Alien Enemies Act. For those that don't know, that goes back to the Aliens Enemy Act of 1798. Go back and read what it allows the president to do. Coast Guard offloads nearly $510 million in illegal narcotics in the Eastern Pacific Ocean. Trump signs order targeting law firm behind $787.5 million Fox defamation suit. So he's going, I wonder if that's Porkins Coy. I wonder if can somebody look that up in the comments? Name of law firm Trump targets.
Name of law firm.
Because it'll be interesting if it's Perkins Coie.
Okay, let's see. Trump targets Thusman Godfrey, a law firm representing Dominion and the New York Times.
Okay, so that's not okay. So it's not. It's a different group then. Okay.
Okay.
But that right there had to do with the voting machines, what you just said. Because it said
Right.
it just said Dominion. Okay. UK carrier HMS Prince of Wales set for Pacific deployment. So the United Kingdom is sending a carrier to the Pacific. And what have we learned about what's ramping up in the Pacific? What have we learned?
What does anybody remember?
Yes. Anybody remember why the Pacific is important?
China and the sea lanes.
That, and who are they associated with right now? What country?
I don't know. I forgot. Sorry, Jimmy.
Anybody in the comment? Let me look at the comment.
Yeah, let's
See if anybody remembers.
Nothing yet in the comments. I don't see.
All right. So let me just give y'all the answer. Taiwan. The whole situation.
Oh.
Yeah. There's a lot going on over there. Are we not keeping notes, folks? I'm just kidding.
No. You're right. We talk about this all the time at home. I should have known that. But yeah, they threaten that all the time. I just don't believe in it. Honestly, I don't think anything's gonna happen. I don't think nothing's gonna pop off. I don't think China's gonna go over there and try to start something. It's like, you know what I mean? So maybe because I've put my guard down, that is not
Right.
on my mind as something as important as somebody else would be like, oh my God, like that is so important to them.
I was going to say, is that possibly complacency? Because I believe Americans are very complacent right now.
Oh, yeah. Americans are totally complacent. Yeah. A lot of them are. Have been for a very long time.
I mean, it's only natural that it happens. We're being desensitized through what we see in the media, news, and even entertainment.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, how many things did we used to, we're watching TV in the 80s and we see something like a murder or something crazy happen, or even in the news. But now we hear something now 40 years later, it's like, whatever, it happens every day.
Right.
That, getting people to just, whatever, be complacent. Here's your sports. Here's your fast food restaurants. Here's your movies.
I myself am at fault at that, because I fully acknowledge that at any time we could be at war, and I don't have rations, and I don't just have the essential supplies to survive on my own, the means. Like, we have the right to bear arms as well. Like, that's something we should always fight for, because as soon as you give up your weapons, the government is going to take over.
Oh yeah, totally. And we have plenty of countries that have proven that comment to be absolutely correct. Australia and England. Let's just pick those two for right now. And you can add on several other countries in Europe as well. Remember last week we talked about knife attacks in London? What are they going to do? Ban knives now? So
I thought that was hilarious. I was like, okay, so I mean, what happens if someone wants to use a pencil to kill someone? Where does it end?
Exactly. That's one thing the deep state has always done, and not just in the arms and protecting ours, but in many different categories, where they'll push something just enough to where people can start accepting it. And then they take it a step further, and then people start accepting that. And next thing you know, guys can have babies.
They use the entertainment system as well to indoctrinate people into these thoughts.
Well, exactly. That it's called nudging, and they did this back in 1913 with the progressive income tax, because in the beginning, the tax that they proposed was supposed to be only on the wealthiest Americans, and then it slowly over years got nudged to where it affected everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of
Last statement I was going to say is
They
back
got
to
rid of, they got rid of tariffs.
and
Oh,
bearing
hang on,
arms.
Joseph. Hang on, Joseph.
Mhm.
Pardon? What did you say?
Go ahead, Michaela.
Oh, so all I was going to say is it doesn't stop the criminals from getting weapons. It just takes weapons away from respectable citizens who just want to protect themselves.
Correct. Joseph?
Well, the comment I made was that the trouble that we had from 1913 to 1929 is that they got rid of the tariff.
Mm-hmm.
And we lost a lot of money, and the economy just took a dive because of what was happening, and we had a Great Depression.
Yep.
And they tried to bring back tariffs, but it was too late. The country was broke.
Right. Correct. I wanted to comment where I wrote it down over here and I still messed it up. Where she said about supplies and stuff. You know, it's always a good idea to have at least 3 weeks worth of supplies at any given time in every home. Have water, have food. And what you need to do is you need to rotate that stuff. So, you know, and that's what, Chris and I are getting ready to do, because we have a lot of stuff we've had stocked up. And I told her the other day we need to start using some of that and replacing it as we go. So that way it doesn't go bad and you can still use it and you're not wasting your money. So not so much in the sense of, oh my God, martial law is going to come into play and no one's going to be able to go to the store and we're all going to be in a wartime scenario. Think about, just natural disasters, the hurricanes, the tornadoes, the fires. It's very important to make sure that you do have some type of supplies. I recommend everybody do that. So, and also have cash on hand if you can do that as well. So.
Right. I know Tony wanted to do a segment on that, on how we can actually do that more in depth. Right, Tony?
What specifically? I'm sorry.
About preparing, having enough food
Yes,
and
I think I
water.
did mention it. Yes, I think that's very important. I think people, if we don't talk about it, it's not going to be on people's minds. It's easy for people to get distracted.
That's true.
Aw, Jane, sorry, I don't want to change the subject, but Jane said, King Tony, you're a pretty woman. Aw.
Stop it. You're making me blush.
Aw. Even that
Love
made
it.
me like gushy inside.
Love is in the air.
But yeah, that's really important for us to think about, because I used to I stopped thinking like that, like the emergency go bag, have something ready because you never know when the world is gonna end. You know what I'm saying? So I kind of got rid of that, and then now when I met Jimmy and Jimmy's like, nah, things can happen. You
Yeah,
never know what can happen. You need to get back to that.
yeah, it's not a bad idea. I mean, hell, we could go without power and water here at my house for at least 14 days right now. I've got this. And one of the things that, well, I guess I'll put a shameless plug in for somebody.
Yeah.
MyPatriotSupply.com. That is a great website to where you can order.
PatriotSupply.com.
Yeah, MyPatriotSupply.com. And you can actually go in there and you can order camping gear. You can, so many different things. Literally, guys, if you dropped me in the middle of the woods with my gear, I could survive out there for at least a month.
So is this the website?
Yeah.
MyPatriotSupply.com?
Yeah. And you can, I've got all that food right there. There's different things you can order. It's great stuff.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a great.
It tastes better than the freaking garbage that was inside. Like I remember we went to this school where they had those emergency like
Mm-hmm.
book bags in New York
Mm-hmm.
City,
Yeah,
and like they had these packages that had food in it. I guess like military style.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't realize I was eating the toilet paper. It was very confusing.
Oh my
What?
god.
Yes, because those packages are a little confusing.
Yo, why would you ever admit that on
Hold on.
YouTube
Like I'm
Live,
eating
bro?
toilet paper. I'm like, this shit tastes like ass. And then my mom's like, you're eating the wrong thing. And I'm like, what the hell did you give me?
Bro, why would you ever admit that on live?
It
Hold
tastes
on,
like
hold on, hold on. Can I call Tony the goat?
I was young.
Can I? Ruby got it.
Oh
Can
my
I?
god.
That's a joke. Can I call Tony the goat, greatest of all time?
Yeah.
But yet, in a sense, she ate effing toilet paper.
Bro, how was I supposed to know? I didn't know what it was. I just opened
Oh
it.
my god.
That is hilarious.
Oh my gosh, Tony.
Yeah,
Yeah,
listen.
no.
Okay.
That's what happens when you don't read stuff.
Were you partaking at the moment?
What do you mean?
Were you partake? You know what I'm talking about.
Like right now?
Yeah, like you're doing right now.
Yeah.
So you were partaking at the moment you ate toilet paper.
I can't trust her. I can't trust her on this show no more.
No. I wasn't at the time. No, I was too young.
Okay. Well, that makes it worse.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. This is what happens when you're raised and sheltered and you're not
Oh my
exposed.
goodness. Okay, that's hilarious. And we have comedy tonight too.
Oh my god. Sorry, Jimmy. We gotta go back to the news.
All right, let's go into Man, we only done Tuesday and Wednesday. All right, Thursday. Pete Hegseth announces additional $5.1 billion in DoD spending cuts. Yay. Tourist helicopter crashes in Hudson River in New York City, and the CEO of rail infrastructure at Siemens Mobility and family were on board. Yeah, there's some shady crap going on with that whole helicopter crash.
Yeah, the rotor's flying off, and the helicopter went straight down.
Yeah, and I saw a picture where the family was in front of a helicopter, and it was like a two-tone color, had a lot of white in it, and then the one that they pulled from the Hudson River was all black. So that's some sketchy shit going on there. Yeah, I think it's another thing like with the CEO of United Healthcare that got taken out by Luigi Mangione. And if you look at some of these CEOs that have been, let's just say, disappearing, they have a lot of ties to Siemens. So I wonder what's going on there. Anyway, moving on. U.S. ambassador to Ukraine to resign her post early. Interesting. That would be the one lady that they caught on camera.
Yes.
That was like this.
I played it on that stream.
Yep. Yeah, that's who that was. Okay. U.S. House approves Trump-backed budget bill. House passes bill to require proof of citizenship to vote in federal elections. It's amazing that we even have to have that as a topic of discussion.
It's always been the law.
Yeah. Russian frees U.S. dual national Kisney Carolina in prisoner swap. I don't even know who that lady is, or even is a guy. I don't know.
Ballerina.
Yeah, Kisney Carolina. Yeah, that's the last name it's showing me. China reaches out to others as Trump layers on the tariffs. Oh, let me repeat that. China reaches out to others as Trump layers on tariffs. Okay, so China is reaching out to other people to try to get help with this. Here we go. Plane with at least 6 House members clipped by aircraft on taxiway at Reagan National Airport. So we have another incident with an aircraft on a taxiway. RFK Jr. says HHS will determine the cause of autism by September, which a lot of folks believe that we already know what the cause of autism is.
But we can't say it here because I don't even know if they took my probation off of my channel, but the strike is still there for some reason. It was supposed to expire on in February, and I don't know why it's still there. So we can't even talk about it on YouTube.
Well, they won't tell you. They won't tell you.
Yeah. Last thing for Thursday, Musk says Doge set to top 150 billion in fraud savings in fiscal year 2026. So that's good. That's Thursday.
Oh, I wanted to go back to Gigi's comment about the grid going down. They keep talking about the grid going down.
Who said that, Gigi?
Yes, thank you. That has been on my mind.
Well, if you think about it, summer's coming
Yeah,
up.
we have to prepare for that. That's what they're coding for.
For that, a blackout. Everyone's using their energy, the ACs and all that. They're being left on. It's perfect excuse.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's the reason why, like Joseph just said, it's important to have some supplies so you can weather those 3 days, week, or whatever it is.
Sprays, matches.
Yeah, we can talk about. I mean, if you guys want to discuss that a little bit later, it won't take long to talk about something like that. I'll just tell you guys everything that I've done so far.
Good, Jibby.
So, all right, let's move on. We only got Friday, and then we've got the weekend. Again, small plane crashes in Boca Raton, Florida. All 3 on board killed. I wonder who was on board. European countries vow billions in military support for Ukraine. Let me reword that headline. Deep State vows billions in military support for Ukraine.
I'm sick of it.
I know, we all are. China hits back at U.S. and will raise tariffs on American goods from 84% to 125%. By American. Dems question whether Trump and his allies engaged in insider trading on tariffs. Yeah, they tried to throw that out there after the whole stock went back up again. These people. Now, this is the one where we're going to play the video on. After, well, we can go ahead and play it on this. Supreme Court rules Trump officials must facilitate release of man deported to El Salvador. Now, when a lot of people hear that headline, they would take away Supreme Court rules that Trump must release or must get that guy, saying that they have to do it. It says facilitate, which basically means that if El Salvador wanted to return the guy, the American government would have to let it happen.
Okay.
That's what that means. Now, I did send you the clip. This is the interaction in the White House over this. I think it's very important to play this clip, and I think it's very important for people to listen to what's being said because it's very educational.
Okay, which video is it? It's the one with Trump?
It's on our feed, our chat.
Our private chat, right?
Our private chat, yeah.
Okay, so I have one that says the Netanyahu video. Then it says another one, straight into my veins, watch all of this.
That one.
Okay, that one. Got it. All right, bringing up the video. Welcoming Fallen Ashes to the stage. Okay, I'm going to play the clip.
Go ahead. Let's hear the question from this very low-rated anchor at CNN. Low-rated. Which one is that? Well, let me ask Pam. Would you answer
Oh, Jesus.
that question?
Okay.
First and foremost, he was illegally in our country. He had been illegally in our country. And in 2019, two courts, an immigration court and an appellate immigration court, ruled that he was a member of MS-13 and he was illegally in our country. Right now, it was additional paperwork had needed to be done. That's up to El Salvador if they want to return him. That's not up to us. The Supreme Court ruled, President, that if, as El Salvador wants to return him, this is international matters, foreign affairs. If they wanted to return him, we would facilitate it, meaning provide a plane.
So will you return him? And you are doing a great job. Thank you, Pam. Stephen Miller, wait a minute. Could you just also respond to that question? Because, you know, it's asked by CNN and they always ask it with a slant because they're totally slanted because they don't know what's happening. That's why nobody's watching them. But would you answer that question also?
So, as Pam mentioned, there's an illegal alien from El Salvador. So, with respect to you, he's a citizen of El Salvador. So, it's very arrogant even for American media to suggest that we would even tell El Salvador how to handle their own citizens as a starting point. As two immigration courts found that he was a member of MS-13. When President Trump declared MS-13 to be a foreign terrorist organization, that meant that he was no longer eligible under federal law, which I'm sure you know, you're very familiar with the INA, that he was no longer eligible for any form of immigration relief in the United States. So we had a deportation order that was valid, which meant that under our law, he's not even allowed to be present in the United States and had to be returned because of the foreign terrorist designation. This issue was then, by a district court judge, completely inverted, and a district court judge tried to tell the administration that they had to kidnap a citizen of El Salvador and fly him back here. That issue was raised to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said the district court order was unlawful, and its main components were reversed 9-0 unanimously, stating clearly that neither Secretary of State nor the President could be compelled by anybody to forcibly retrieve a citizen of El Salvador from El Salvador, who again is a member of MS-13, which is, I'm sure you understand, rape.
Good Lord.
Little girls, murders women, murders children, is engaged in the most barbaric activities in the world. And I can promise you, if he was your neighbor, you would move right away.
So you don't plan
But
to
the
ask for
Supreme
him
Court's
to get
asking
him back?
to. And what was the ruling in the Supreme Court, Steve? Was it 9-0?
Yes, it was a 9-0
In our favor.
in our favor against the district court ruling, saying that no district court has the power to compel the foreign policy function of the United States. As Pam said, the ruling solely stated that if this individual at El Salvador's sole discretion was sent back to our country, that we could deport him a second time. No version of this legally ends up with him ever living here because he is a citizen of El Salvador. That is the president of El Salvador. Your questions about it for the court can only be directed to him.
Well, I'm supposed to not suggesting that I smuggle a terrorist into the United States, right?
It's always
how can I smuggle? How can I return him to the United States? Like, I smuggle him into the United States, or what do I do? Of course, I'm not going to do it. It's like, I mean, the question is preposterous. How can I smuggle a terrorist into the United States? I don't have the power to return him to the United States. Yeah, but I'm not releasing. I mean, we're not very fond of releasing terrorists into our country. I mean, we just turned the murder capital of the world into the safest country of the Western Hemisphere, and you want us to go back into the releasing criminals so we can go back to being the murder capital of the world? No, that's not going to happen.
Well, they'd love to have a criminal, released into
I mean, there's a fascination.
They would love it.
They're
sick. These are sick people. Marco, do you have something to say about that?
Yeah, I mean, Stephen outlined it. I don't understand what the confusion is. This individual is a citizen of El Salvador. He was illegally in the United States and was returned to his country. That's where you deport people back to their country of origin, except for Venezuela that was refusing to take people back, or places like that. I can tell you this, Mr. President. No, the foreign policy of the United States is conducted by the President of the United States, not by a court. And no court in the United States has a right to conduct the foreign policy of the United States. It's that simple. End of story.
And that's what the Supreme Court held, by the way, to Marco's point. The Supreme Court said exactly what Marco said, that no court has the authority to compel the foreign policy function of the United States. We won a case 9-0, and people like CNN are portraying it as a loss, as usual, because they want foreign terrorists in the country who kidnap women and children. But President Trump, his policy is foreign terrorists that are here illegally get expelled from the country, which, by the way, is a 90-10 issue.
Well, Mr. President, you said that if the Supreme Court said someone needed to be returned, that you would abide by that. You said that about your response 2 days ago.
How long do we have to answer this question from you? Why don't you just say, isn't it wonderful that we're keeping criminals out of our country? Why can't you just say that? Why do you go over and over? And that's why nobody watches you anymore. You know, you have no credibility. Please go ahead.
You can stop it now, Ruby. Oh, that was the end.
Okay, yeah, wow. That was
So
crazy.
the reason I wanted to play that tonight is because the administration eloquently explained this whole situation. So if folks would actually listen to what was being said and not listen to the media, they would understand exactly what was going on here. So, and I like what Bukele said. He's like, what, you want me to smuggle a terrorist back in the United States?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he said, yeah, we used to be the murder capital of the world, but he cleaned up his country, and now they're one of the safest countries in the world right now.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, what, you want us to go back to that?
Right.
So
So we have some great comments, Jimmy, and I am interested to see how you would answer this.
Okay.
Thrifty says that the confidential source claimed Garcia is a gang member and claimed he was affiliated in New York. Garcia never lived in that state. Oh, okay, sorry. So there was like misinformation about that. Jerica also said that they keep changing like where he's from or something like that.
Well, see, the media has been called out on this. So what are they going to do? They're going to put information out there to confuse everybody.
Okay, so this is what Thrifty said. Garcia submitted a large amount of evidence to the court proving he is not a gang member, which was found to be credible. So that's what confuses me. It's like, so what do we believe?
I guess you'd have to go back and see what the courts ruled on 2019 and what year was that? 2021. We'd have to go back and see what the court said there. But I can guarantee you the Supreme Court knows what those court records said and everything. And that's why they made the decision that they did.
Thrifty said also that there's a comment she wrote that the U.S. government was also offered an opportunity to submit additional evidence against Garcia, and it was declined.
Well, right now, and I think there was a statement. I can't remember if he actually said it or one of his lawyers said it. But if you weren't involved in a gang, why would this comment be made? And the comment was made that they didn't want to send him back because a rival gang would kill him. That's what was said. So a rival gang, that means you must be in a gang if you have a rival. So I'm sure there was some, in my opinion, I believe that he does have a connection with MS-13.
Yeah, we're going to have to do more research on that. So if anybody is interested in that story, definitely look that up and then let me know what you find because that's super interesting. Okay, so this comment, Iki YR, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but he says, what's funny that a court convicted the president with a crime, yet people voted a criminal in office. I know it's old, but I wanna give you an opportunity to answer.
What was the crime? What was the crime?
All right, good point. Joseph is asking, what was the crime? So if you're still in the chat, let me know. That is, I know it's an old line.
In the time of the season we're living in, yes or no? Was Jesus convicted as a criminal?
Yeah.
And how many people worship him?
Exactly.
I've seen.
I know. We can move on.
I'll just say this. If you're still buying that story and everything going on with all that, I'm sorry. with all due respect, you are way behind. Just saying, because wow. Anyway, that one.
Uh,
I'm gonna continue with the news. We're almost done.
okay, and then I'll read the rest of the comments. Go ahead.
Oh, you want to do the rest of the comments? Is it on this subject we talked about?
A little bit, and also
Okay.
just questions, like general stuff. Fighter of Truth says, "Is this a pro-Trump channel or a channel to truly teach politics, not for one side?" I mean, I would agree with that. The only reason why we talk about Trump so much is because he's obviously the president right now. But the
Yeah.
channel is supposed to just entertain all political affiliations and any party that you agree with, disagree with. This is the space to kind of talk about it. So we, after the news, that's when we get a little messy. You know, I start bringing out all my offensive memes and offensive opinions, and we have fun. This is not supposed to be so like rigid or politically correct, right? We were just talking about that earlier. This is just for entertainment.
And if you're new to the show, everybody that comes on here has a different, varying political view.
Right.
So it's not like the whole channel is all pro-Trump. Okay. So.
Right. Exactly.
But when we were doing shows when Biden was office, we were talking about Biden the whole time and everything.
And Kamala.
And everything that they were doing. So what? Yeah. So. Yeah, so let's go ahead and finish the news so we can get into that. Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Trump envoy Steve Witkoff meets with Putin in Russia. Judge rules Colombia activist Mahmoud Khalil can be deported. Coachella festival goers complain of hours-long wait to enter campgrounds. I wonder why that was on the news. Who cares? Trump authorizes military to take control of public land along southern border. Now, I do want to mention this. I want to try to get ahead of this before the media starts spinning it and everybody starts believing it. Oh, Trump is turning U.S. land into military territory, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Go back. I think it was to Roosevelt who sectioned off this piece of land between the Mexican border, Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, California. This is something that started with Roosevelt. It's a law in the books. So before you start thinking that Trump's just going in and doing something, he's following the law that is on the books right now.
Okay.
So,
U.S. The American War.
What's that, Joseph?
That was during the Mexican and American War.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. So it has to do with the militarizing that area to where the U.S. government, U.S. Army, military can operate. So that's a developing story. U.S. Attorney Haba investigating New Jersey governor over immigration enforcement policies. U.S. fires Greenland military base chief for undermining J.D. Vance. Interesting. And the Senate confirms Dan Raising Kane as top U.S. general, which that's good. You looked at that guy's background. He's got a really excellent background. Excellent general. All right, let's move into the weekend. Peter Navarro denies tensions with Elon Musk after Musk calls him a moron. Trump announces lawsuit against CBS and 60 Minutes. So he's got one against CBS and 60 Minutes, and he's got the other one going after the law firm in connection with the Fox defamation suit. This is basically him going after all the propaganda that the fake news spewed over the last 4 years, and 4 to 8 years. Teen charged with killing parents also plan to assassinate Trump, the FBI says. I missed that story. Trump exempts smartphones and computers from new tariffs. Interesting. President Trump remains in excellent health, says White House physician. Suspect arrested in arson fire that forced Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro and family to flee their residence. Yemen's Houthis say 6 killed in U.S. strike on Sinai province. No survivors reported after plane with 6 aboard crash in New York. UK takes control of British Steel under emergency powers. And last thing, Gretchen Whitmer ribbed online for seeming to hide her face in the Oval Office. I'll just say I saw some pictures of little Miss Gretmer in the Oval Office. Yeah, she looks scared. She looked like she done went to the principal's office and is in big trouble. And for those that don't know about what she did, she moved elderly people, infected people into nursing homes to help kill them. That's what she did, along with 3 other governors. So that is your news blast from last week.
Okay, Jimmy, thank you for that. Just a quick response. If you would like to give this comment attention from the same user, he says, yeah, 34 felony court documents the courts put out. You make me sick by dismissing this, comparing it to Jesus. Yet you believe CSA documents from courts within the JWs. What a hypocrite.
Okay. If you've been watching this show, or you know where we've talked about this stuff before, you know where we stand on the whole weaponization of lawfare.
Mm-hmm.
And the point that out, and that's what's happened here. The deep state has weaponized lawfare to go after their political opponents. And it's just not here in the United States. It's over in Romania. It's over in Brazil. It's over in France.
Yes.
And you got all these other political leaders being charged with things that they didn't fucking do.
Mm-hmm.
So if you still want to believe that Trump is a convicted, and he's never gone to the sentencing. The sentencing hasn't happened or anything like that, right? Am I correct? There's been no sentencing, right? So technically, with there being no sentencing hearing, according to the law, he is not technically a convicted felon because the sentencing process hasn't happened.
Mm-hmm.
So if you still believe that Trump is a convicted felon, I'm sorry, you have fallen for the propaganda.
All right, good point, Jimmy.
And I'm sorry. The other part of that comment where I said Jesus, the reason I said that is because Martin Luther King was a convicted felon, right? And people followed him. Jesus is a convicted felon. People follow him. So to use that is gaslighting. Sorry, that's what it is. So if you're going to talk shit about Trump and the convicted felon, do that with MLK and Jesus. I've had run-ins with that commenter before, so that's why I'm so straightforward with that.
Okay. Just wanted to give you, a moment to address certain comments. So before we move on to the next segment, there was 2 news stories that I wanted to kind of add to Jimmy's lightning round. And this was kind of old, so I'm sorry I kept forgetting to bring this up. But Breaking 911 on X posted this on March 7th. Breaking: a South Carolina man is executed by firing squad, the first U.S. prisoner killed by this method in 15 years. And I wanted to ask you guys about that. Did you know about that, Jimmy?
I'm sorry. I zoned out for a second because I was reading the comments. What did you say?
Oh, so, okay. So this is kind of old. It was posted on March 7th.
I apologize.
No, that's okay, because this is really interesting. We don't kill prisoners by firing squad. So in South Carolina, the first man in 15 years to be killed like that has been executed. How do you feel about that? I don't know. This is kind of weird. I've never seen something like that.
Personally, I don't care.
Damn.
If somebody's received the death penalty, what difference does it make how you kill them? Sorry, that's how I feel about that.
Wow. Okay.
I'm a little unfamiliar with the case. What did he do?
I'm not sure because it doesn't like give you the information, but like we always say, if it's interesting, definitely Google it. But the basis of it is that once you get the death penalty, it's how we kill people. They did the injection, or they did the electric chair back in the day, and
I do
now
support death penalty.
say that again.
I do support the death penalty.
Okay, I do too.
And I think one thing that I guess the components that go or the people that go against the death penalty, they'll say that the electric chair is not it doesn't give them an easy death. There's always a complication, and they did it with the shot thing that they were giving them, the lethal injections. They were saying that was inhumane and all that. Okay, so bring back firing squads. It's quick and easy.
I actually support firing squads.
I do too.
Because first, you're taking a life. Someone has to be responsible. Like we're all making this decision. Someone does have to pull the trigger at the end of the day. And that you're taking a life, that should weigh down on you, whether or not that person is good or bad.
Yeah. And I'll say this. If it was a pedophile, wood chippers ain't out of the question.
Right. I guess it would depend on the crime for me. I mean, I do support the death penalty, right? There's certain crimes that you should be put down for. But I think the method is kind of what's bothering me. Like I haven't explored myself yet in that department of how I feel about that. So when I first read that, I bookmarked it so I can share it with everybody to get you guys, your guys' opinion about that. Really quickly, welcome to the stage, Fallen. I'm glad you made it back.
Hey, Fallen.
Yeah. Well, I was like, it's Tuesday. I need to go on.
Yeah.
Glad to have you here.
Notifications on, so you don't miss it.
I wanted to go back to what Jimmy said. You said something about, so if it was a pedophile, like how would you kill somebody if it was a pedophile? Because I was told as a homosexual, I'm a criminal for being homosexual, but as we can all agree to disagree on that, we can all agree that pedophilia, how would you kill somebody being a pedophile?
Well, there's a difference between taking advantage of someone who might be innocent, incapable of defending themselves, and another to make a choice and allow someone else to make a choice, and then that's what it is. It's like no one's being forced into it.
That's still Michaela, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
Okay, I was just making sure. Okay.
I don't know if that.
No, I agree. I agree with that because when it comes to pedophiles, don't we euthanize dogs if they harm or bite a kid?
Right. Exactly.
So a pedophile does worse things than bite a kid, right?
Yes.
So whatever happens to them, take them out. I mean, hell, even when they go to prison, the prisoners take them out.
I'm not disagreeing with the sentence. I'm saying the method is what struck me. Like, damn, firing squad? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, it was just like the first time I've ever saw that. Okay, so that was the one story that I wanted to bring that was in the news. And then the next story I wanted to bring this story, and you probably have seen this because it went viral a couple weeks ago, April 1st. A 24-year-old Augusta man was arrested for leaving his children, ages 1, 6, and 10, alone at a McDonald's while he attended a nearby interview.
What?
Yup. And so the the caption, the subtweet says, "Helicopter parenting culture has to end. This is insane. A 10-year-old looking after their siblings in a safe space for a short period of time while their parent does something next door was normal like 30 years ago."
That's true.
So
that comment's true.
But what bothers me is that could be true for 30 years ago. We are in 2025, and I think it is way dangerous now.
I agree with that.
And how could you leave a 1-year-old, a 6-year-old, and a 10-year-old at a McDonald's out of all places, by themselves, like in the public, right there sitting down, going to an interview. You know, those things can take about 30, 45 minutes. You don't know what could happen to a
Yeah.
baby and a 6-year-old. And I don't know. How do you
That
guys
was
feel about it? Tell me, because
that was definitely lack of judgment on that parent. Lack of judgment. Shouldn't have done it, considering the fact of the world we live in today. It's not safe for those kids to be left like that. 30 years ago, 40 years ago, when I was growing up, yeah, you could have done that all day long and it'd been all right.
in public?
Yeah.
Wow,
You
that's
don't,
wild.
I mean, Ruby, when we were kids, our parents kicked us out of the house, locked the door, told us to go play, and come back when the street lights were on. They had no freaking clue where we went and what we did.
I will have
It
a
was
heart attack.
wonderful. It was wonderful.
I
So,
remember this.
but we didn't have the society that we have now that preys on children just the way it existed back then, but it was done differently. But yeah, the kids, hell, I'd come home from school. That's where the latchkey kid thing came into play. We had keys to our houses. So we get off the bus, we go in the house. We may not see our parents for 3 or 4 hours.
Wow. Yeah, that's a different era. That's a different culture, high trust society, in my opinion. But nowadays, I would never.
Oh no, I got grandkids now, and we actually tell our grandkids, don't play in the front yard, go play in the backyard, because they live on a busy road and anything can happen. So that's not something that would have been said to us in the 80s.
Right.
So yeah, it's a different society we live in, and we should not be living in fear like that. To go back to the point of the title of the thing, what does it mean to be American? We should be able to live like we did in the 80s. Kids should be able to play in their front yards and not have to worry about getting scooped up by some psycho.
Exactly. Okay, and the last story I had was so this was just reported recently in Florida. I think it was around Central Florida, maybe Orlando area. The first teacher to essentially lose her job because she used the preferred name of the student instead of their legal name. And in the state of Florida, they are cracking down on this propaganda or indoctrination, whatever you want to call it, on the kids, that they can change their gender or that they can do pronouns or change their name, and that people have to call them by that name whether they like it or not. Not in the state of Florida, you can't. If you are a teacher, you have to use their legal name unless the parent gives you consent to use a different name. Like, it has to be in writing. Then I think that's the only exception that you can do that. But this teacher didn't do it, and she lost her job. They will not be renewing her.
Wow.
Like her next school year. So they're going to wait until her school year ends, which is this coming May. And I think she's going to be fired. So if anybody was interested in that story, I think that's the first I've seen that a teacher gets essentially fired because she didn't call the kid by his name.
What I would want to know in that situation is, what county was it? Who is on the school board? What affiliations are they? And who basically is running that county? That's what I would want to know.
Interesting, but why would it matter, if I may ask?
Because if it's a ideology that is supporting the woke agenda, that would be why they fired her.
But it's the law. So should that even matter? Like, as a teacher, as a doctor, as whatever, you're professional, you should just follow the law. I don't think it matters who's on the school board or what their leaning is or anything like that.
Hang on a second. Hold on. Let me back up a second. So the student wanted to be called a certain name that was not recognized, right?
Right, not their legal name, a separate name.
So, and the teacher called her by her legal name, right?
No, the teacher used the preferred name and did not refer to the student as their legal name.
Oh, hang on. Just strike everything I just said then, because I misunderstood that. My fault. I apologize. Wow, that's fucked up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, isn't that crazy? The first teacher in the state of Florida to get fired for not using the legal name of the student, and the parents found out they don't have the parental consent to use a preferred name that the kid wants to be called. And she essentially got fired because they're not going to renew her school year. So she's going to lose her job over that.
Well, if we wanted to make it black and white, then she should have just followed the law.
That's what I'm trying to say. It's like, what matters is the law. And in Florida, they are very, very strict with that. Like, this is a very conservative state. So you just have to understand that. Just follow the law. I don't get it.
Yeah, that would have solved everything.
So she got fired because she said the kid's name.
That the kid wanted to be called.
Right.
The nickname.
Said the wrong name. She said the wrong name because the kid wanted to be called it, or
right.
No, let's say the kid's name was, I don't even know. Let's say the kid's legal name was Bob, but the kid wanted to be called Billy. The teacher is by law supposed to call him Bob, but she chose to call him Billy.
Yeah, but I've never heard of a teacher calling the kid by the nickname. They've always stuck to their names.
Well,
I'll show you the article.
My real name is James, and I've gone by Jimmy, and all my teachers and everything, they've always called me Jimmy.
Oh, interesting.
but it's not just as simple as a nickname.
Yeah, it's not. They're identifying completely as almost a different person. If I'm understanding it correctly.
Hold on, let's see.
It must be a complete, like you say, completely different person. Like the legal name may be Emily, and the teacher called it by Lee because maybe the child identifies as something else.
Oh, let's see.
It's
right. So this is the article. If anybody is interested, Florida high school teacher to lose job after calling student by preferred name.
Yeah. Can you scroll
So
down?
it's not just as simple as a nickname. It's when a female or a male wants to have a other name that is not their name, and it's even worse when it's like a different, like a masculine or a feminine name.
It has to do with sexual identity.
It has to be their legal name. It doesn't matter what they want to be called unless they have parental consent, a written consent saying you can call my kid by so and so, like this name, and that it's allowed. But the parents didn't allow it, and now she lost her job. So that story just happened recently, and I thought that was like, whoa, like that's crazy. But it's Florida. That, like, you see what I'm saying? Like, you want to do that in New York, do it in New York. It's legal. You know what I'm saying? But in Florida, you can't just do something because you want to and then not expect the consequences. Because in this state is very conservative. Like, you have to understand what state you're in and, live accordingly.
Okay, but like, I just never even thought it was a law. I used to be a teacher. That's why I'm just like, because I remembered I called this kid by like, I think his name was like Danny, and I called him Dan. And he was like, "Don't call me Dan, call me Danny." So I was like, okay. But the fact that I was just being friendly and calling him by a nickname,
right?
I could get fired.
According to that law, the way it says, yeah, apparently.
You're gonna have to read the fine print.
That's in that situation, it blew up bigger than you would expect because
there's probably more to that story too. So
yeah, because my name's Ashley, but some people call me Ash. Like, a teacher called me Ash, but what is she gonna get fired because she didn't call me Ashley?
Well, like I said, it's not as simple as a nickname or like a shortened name version of the name. It is when the child explicitly says to the teacher, "Don't call me Ruby, call me," and then I put a masculine name, or I put a different name that's not my name according to my identity. The teacher is not supposed to comply to the student. She's supposed to comply to the law and call the student by their legal name unless she has permission from the parents to call that child whatever name they want to be called.
I mean, that
That's the
makes
point.
sense.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes. Yeah.
I agree with that. I'm sorry.
And Florida's really strict. Like, this is the first teachers to get the boot because
Yeah,
they
but
didn't
that's
follow
not.
the
But
law.
that's what I'm saying. I went to school in New York, so like I've never heard a teacher like I've heard many students that they'll say that and be like, "Hey, can you call me this?" And the teacher says, "No, I'm calling you by your legal name.
So
Whether you
this
like
must
it or not. I'm not your friend. I'm your teacher."
Yeah, that's exactly how I felt. It's like I feel that maybe the teachers are a little bit too personal with the children.
It's true.
That's a good point.
Yeah, that could be true. That could be very
Be-
true. That's true.
because that could lead into some other things, and we've seen it happen.
Yeah, and blur the boundaries.
Yeah.
But in the case of emergency, when names are called to identify people after extreme emergency, knowing the correct name and calling that person regularly by that name will help in say an insurrection or a bombing or anything. Or a fire
Right.
school. So it's practical.
Good point, Joseph. I didn't even think about that, but that's so true. Like, if there was an emergency, they need to have everybody's name on that list and do the roll call. And they're gonna be like, "Who the heck is this? Where's this person?" Because
Right.
nobody calls the kid by their legal name. So that could cause a problem. So illegal immigrant just hopped off the stage, but I was excited to see him here. So if you want to hop back on, definitely hop back on. I was just about to say hi. Okay, guys, it's that time. I'm going to play that mid roll. You already know what time it is. It's going to get messy. It's going to get nasty. We're going to have some fun. This is the time where we're going to get offensive. And I am sorry, not sorry. All right, everybody. Everybody's still here. That's still a good sign. Welcome, Fallen, Michaela, Tony, Joseph, and Jimmy. An illegal immigrant says he pushed the wrong button. Dang, like, come on. Come back on, illegal.
Hey, just to piggyback on one of the subjects we talked about a second ago about the ways to take people out, firing squads are very cost effective. Just saying. Versus the other ways. It doesn't cost that much.
That's kind of messed up, though. Like,
I'm saying it's true, though.
Also, with the firing squads, just to say, I forgot this about them. So it's more than one individual shooting at that person, killing that person. No one knows which bullet killed them.
Exactly. Okay. Sorry to hijack that. I just wanted to make say that was cost effective.
And I also support that idea and the cost effectiveness as well.
Wow. Okay. I'm gonna have to do a little bit more research on that. Okay, so everybody, if you haven't seen it already, and you guys know how we feel about the whole NASA and flying to the moon and how that's probably fake or real or not. I don't know, guys. Let me know in the comments. How do you feel? Do you believe that space exists? Do you believe that we can actually get there? Or not? I mean, I'm no judgment. If you believe it, that's fine. But a whole bunch of women just went to the moon. Did you guys see that?
I did not.
No.
That could be a story.
Oh my God.
Should I believe this?
I'll just say that shit was fake as hell.
Can we see the video?
Let me see if I could find it. Ah, should
How did they
I'm sorry.
open the door? How did they open the door?
If women did go to space, that's amazing. That's great. You know, good for them. Vaginas in space.
No, they didn't go to the moon. They went in space. I'm sorry. They went to space.
Yeah, where they supposedly experienced weightlessness. Did you see the shape of the rocket?
No, I didn't.
Go look up the go look at the shape of the rocket. And then remember Austin Powers.
Okay, so here it goes.
They landed.
We only see like the top of it.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's when they landed, when they came back.
Yeah, that's when they landed. Look at the shape of the freaking rocket. And from what I heard today, I think somebody said this was a publicity.
We're so great.
Sorry,
Oh,
go ahead.
is Katy Perry there?
Yes, it's Katy Perry.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is it a? Don't tell me.
Katy Perry, Jeff Bezos' girlfriend, I don't know her name, and Gail King, and then these three chicks.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Fake.
John Marciano says Katy Perry in space was a total stunt.
Yeah, I think it has something to do with an upcoming album or something coming out or whatever. I heard somebody mention that today. But for those that know about Katy Perry, then you know who she's involved with and everything like that. She's another evil. She's another evil one. I still ain't seen the shape of the rocket.
Don't tell me. Yeah. Because I have this thought.
Well, it's a failing symbol.
I'm telling you, wait, if you get to see it, take off. Oh my God.
Get explicit.
Oh, there's a great clip. There's a great clip if I could find it. Let me jump off for a second and see if I can find this clip and send it to you guys because it's funny as hell. So
yeah,
I'll be right back.
Okay, DM it to me. Julian says, does Jimmy believe Elon is playing along with the alleged lies concerning space? Jimmy just left, so I'm going to star it. And then when he comes back, I'll bring it back up. Justin says, fake. Jane says, looks like a big old blank. Nice. Thrifty says the same thing. The rocket. Jane says they were only up there 15 minutes. I thought they were going to the moon. Yeah, that's what I thought, but I guess not. Difficult decision says space is real. Moon landing never happened. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Space is real.
But moon landing did happen, didn't it? I don't know.
Well,
Fallen. You haven't gone down that rabbit hole.
But was it
fall down that rabbit hole? Fallen ashes.
I do not think the moon landing was real.
No, it was not real. I do not believe it's real.
Okay, we have
Americans never went to the moon.
So
have
there's
you seen this comedian named JP Sears? He does a video on it, the moon landing and how it's fake.
Okay,
He does it in such a comical way.
Can you look it up, Ruby?
Moon landing.
Okay, what was it called?
Moon landing JP Sears, I believe. JP Sears.
You're saying that everything's a fucking lie?
Sorry, Fallen. Take a breather. Take a breather.
No fucking way. Are you serious, bro?
Okay, so Fallen. There is a theory out there that says they never went to the moon. That it was staged. Oh, okay, I got the video here.
Okay.
Is some blonde guy? Okay, hold on.
Yes. Oh my God, play the video.
Okay, so we'll play it for Fallen. Where are we? Okay.
I think it's yes, this is him.
There were 6 alleged moon landings between 1969 and 1972, and there's been 0 moon landings since. Seems a little suspicious, doesn't it? Well, that's because we never went to the moon. Let me prove it to you with 13 reasons why the moon landing was fake. Why would America fake the moon landing? Well, at the time, the US was in the heat of the Cold War with the Soviet Union, and the space race was important because of the fear that the Soviet Union might weaponize space by putting missile launch sites on the moon, leaving the US defenseless. Now, the US had already been beaten by the Soviet Union in putting the first person into space. They asserted their dominance over us like the dog whisperer putting a hostile rescue dog from Tijuana in its place. But if we could be the first to the moon, then we'd be the new alpha dog in the world. But in this case, what creates the alpha dog isn't the size of the fight in the dog. It's the size of the lie in the dog that's in the fight. Thus, the US became the new alpha dog when we were the first nation to fake the moon landing. The US government also faked the moon landing to distract the public from the Vietnam War, which wasn't very popular. It's like if I'm doing something you disapprove of and I can distract you from it, then you don't notice your disapproval of the thing I'm still doing. Look over there, a moon landing. Now let's look at some hard evidence. The flag waving in the wind. Now take a look at the astronauts proudly planting the American flag on the moon as it gracefully waves in the wind. There's just one problem with this. There's no wind on the moon, Einstein.
Okay, so that's a little teaser because I'm gonna get a little strike for using somebody else's content, but I'll trim it out later. So, Fallen, if you want to watch the rest of that video, I will put a link. The title is 13 Reasons Why the Moon Landing Was Fake. But this is a no judgment zone. So even if you do see this and you say, "Oh, that's interesting," but I still believe in the moon landing, that's okay. You know what I'm saying? I don't care. I just want to ask people to kind of
question my whole life at this point. No, like I
exactly
even this because like now I'm just questioning this whole religion and like my past. Because like you can only remember certain things when you're a certain age.
Mm-hmm.
And I know I was sexually assaulted at a certain age. So what if I was right?
That's say repeat that?
That's some deep shit.
Yeah. One more time?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
If I'm
Does it trigger you? Does it trigger you?
It's just triggering me to realize like everything that I've remembered since I was a little girl. And this whole time I remember going to the protests in Washington and I saw this sign and it says Watchtower protects pedophiles. And the person I think about is my father.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, wow.
I'm sorry.
But is that a conspiracy? I don't know.
That's what I was trying to. That was my point. It's like some people believe that theory, which it certainly can be. Maybe we did go to the moon. Maybe we didn't. That's why I love to ask people through their research. Through if you want to watch stuff, read stuff, definitely look into it. It's a deep rabbit hole, but it's very interesting. Very interesting. Oh yes, and Fallen, like JG says here, he says that I brought a flat earther to speak on the live stream. That was another rabbit hole that people believe that the earth is flat.
But it is a circle.
Yeah, it is a circle.
Right. But
it could be a
there's
flat circle.
What did I miss while I was going about the rocket?
Well, you're going to bring in some information or an illustration of it.
And we played like a clip of this comedian that Michaela recommended on YouTube. So we played just a minute of it of 13 reasons why the moon landing was fake, according to him. And he's a little funny.
I missed that. Okay. All right. I found the picture. Sorry, I left and came back. Sorry about that. But I found the picture of the rocket. I sent it to you in your DMs.
Okay, got it. So everybody, let's go to my DMs. Here we are. Okay.
Now, okay. That was a picture of the rocket. All right.
Oh my gosh.
All right. And what do we know about the Illuminati and their symbology and everything? So there's that. So now let's play the funny. Okay, this next clip is a funny clip. Please don't get offended, but it's funny. Okay, it's a joke. So
Oh my gosh.
Colonel, you better take a look at this
Oh
raid.
my God.
What is it, son? I don't know, sir.
I love this.
Dick,
Yeah.
take a look at a starboard. Oh my God! It looks like a huge.
Pecker!
Oh yeah.
Wait, that's not a woodpecker. It looks like someone's.
Private! We have reports of an unidentified flying object. It has a long, smooth shaft, complete with two balls.
What is that? That looks just like an enormous.
Wang, pay attention.
I was distracted by that enormous flying.
Willie. Yeah. What's that? Well, it looks like a giant. Johnson. Yes, sir. Get on the horn to British intelligence and let them know about this.
Oh my gosh.
You never seen this movie?
No, I haven't.
Oh my God. We
Did we
have
get
to
Dr.
Austin Power.
No, sir. He got away in that rocket that looks like a huge.
Penis.
Oh.
The male reproductive organ, also known as tallywhacker, schlong, or.
Wiener? Any of you kids want another wiener?
Dad, what's that?
I don't know, son, but it's got great big.
Nuts! Hot, salty nuts! Who wants some? Lord Almighty!
That looks just like my husband's.
One-eyed monster.
No.
Step right up and see the one-eyed monster.
Hey, what's that? It looks like a big...
Woody. Woody Harrelson? Can I have your autograph?
Sure, no problem. Oh my Lord! Look at that thing.
So big.
I've seen bigger. That's just a little prick.
Sir, Dr. Evil's not bluffing. One of our satellites is falling out of orbit.
Which one?
It's the one that looks like a pair of.
Melons. Big, juicy melons.
Are they nice and firm?
Or what do you think?
Look at
Oh my
that.
goodness.
It looks like a set of giants.
Hey, and you're late! How we doing? We're back! Yeah! Yeah!
Check it out. Those remind me of
Boobs.
Boobs, Ozzy.
They
It's okay, Ruby. You can stop now.
boobs.
What do you mean, Dad?
Oh, it's almost done, but it's okay. But yeah, I thought that was funny.
We got the
I
point.
want to say something. I knew it was a penis. I already knew this, but I also want to add on to what I was gonna say. That what I was saying earlier that you weren't here for.
Yeah.
Do you guys know Shirley Temple?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The actress? Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I looked just like her when I was a little girl. So just keep that in mind.
Interesting.
You
Yes.
mean like the blonde?
My life is a fucking conspiracy, okay? I'm just learning all this shit and I'm just like processing everything. And I feel like, I don't know, I feel like I'm still gonna have to investigate my life because my whole life is a lie.
That's how I used to be falling when I first met Jimmy, and he used to break my head, and I used to get headaches every Tuesday night, and it was horrible. He would send me things on DM and break my head again.
You know what
And-
happened to Shirley Temple?
No, I don't. Excuse me. No, I
Well,
don't.
one,
Shirley,
I know,
Shirley Temple was an actress and she was molested.
right?
Yes.
I looked just like her when I was a little girl. Like I can show you guys pictures one day. But I just find it interesting. I don't know. I'm investigating my fucking life. This is weird.
Yeah, that particular subject, we could do a whole episode on that. On do we, when we die or when someone dies, are their souls trapped here on Earth and they come back to relive the life? It's a whole nother topic, a whole nother topic of discussion.
Okay, so I can't even believe that was in a movie. I'm gonna have to watch that movie.
Yeah, that's Austin Powers.
I don't think I've seen. I think I saw the one when Beyonce was in, but I didn't see that one. That's outrageous.
That's number 3. They're all good. You have to watch all of them.
Ah, okay.
But
So
yeah.
movie.
Movie night.
Okay. The next point that I wanted to bring up, And we can't go into detail because YouTube doesn't let us talk about this. But I'm just going to show the meme. It says, Utah advances bill allowing patients to choose unvaccinated blood.
Oh wow.
Very interesting, huh? And you know, I thought about that. I was like, so what happens if, let's say, a pure blood gets into a car accident and they need to do a transfusion or whatever, and like 90% of the population has been vaxxed?
Oh wow.
Right?
Is it? It's called pure blood, or is it pure blood, or?
Well, that's what we kind of call it on the internet. Pure bloods are the ones who haven't
Yeah.
been jabbed.
Yep.
Jab
I
is,
am pure.
okay.
I am definitely not pure.
You need to do a detox.
So yeah, it's just a phrase that's been going around. All of us who did not take the CV, Fauci, yeah, we're called purebloods, even though we probably were vaccinated when we were little. But when it comes to this situation, that's what it's just. Yeah, pure blood. We didn't get it.
Right. It's a little different because this one was kind of pushed, promoted.
I
Go
didn't
ahead,
want
Megan.
to, but I had to because of the program I was in, and I'm actually really upset about it. And I cried when I got vaccinated because I literally felt like I had nothing else to do because I felt like this was everything I was working towards. So it was either going to be nothing or get vaccinated.
And what's sad is that the controllers to be have designed a system to where they can put something out there that goes totally against what we feel to be true or what we feel to be right. But yet, because we need to survive and make money or whatever, some folks felt like they had to just follow what was good. And that's not cool. That these people have exerted that amount of power over the everyday American.
Right. Like Jerica says, I felt bullied. I don't
Yeah.
regret asking questions. This truly was manipulation. And that's exactly what it is. It's the government bullying us into doing something that they want us to do over our health, our body, whatever it may be. Like, that's why I don't agree with the government getting involved in issues, day-to-day issues like the way they were in 2020. But until the restrictions are lifted, we can't really go into it on YouTube, or else they're going to give me another lashing on here for saying the truth. So we're going to move on to this clip, and this is about the space stuff too. Sorry, I should have brought this earlier, but it says they put the truth right in your face, and the caption says, Family Guy revealing the hidden truth about NASA. NASA means to deceive.
Yes.
They're always going to put the truth in your face. Watch this.
When shuttles blow up, it's not always an accident.
Oh, I saw that.
What do you mean, not an accident? Who is this guy singing? And who am I, a conspiracy fly? Did you know NASA means deceive in Hebrew? I did not. The Denver airport was built by the Illuminati.
Now remember what the fly said. NASA means to deceive in Hebrew, which is correct. Hebrew is the language that the Bible was written in. So in the Garden of Eden, when Satan deceived Eve to eat the forbidden fruit, God said unto Eve, What is this that thou hast done? And the woman said, The serpent beguiled me, and I did eat. Look at that word right there, beguiled. All right, so if we go into the biblical usage of this term beguiled, it means to deceive. And if you go back to the Hebrew text in the original Hebrew Bible, it's NASA.
Wow.
So NASA means to deceive. Remember, it was the serpent that beguiled Eve or deceived Eve. It's not a coincidence that NASA's logo is literally a snake or a serpent tongue. Look at that. You see that red tongue going through it? Oh yeah, and what's the definition of a serpent? A sly or treacherous person? Oh, someone who exploits a position of trust in order to betray it. I wonder who that is. Someone who exploits a position of trust in order to betray that trust. Satan, the serpent, is using NASA to deceive everyone to believe in evolution rather than the creation account in Genesis 1. All throughout the Bible, it explains a flat, stationary plane with the sun, moon, and stars inside of a glass dome firmament. The Bible says in Romans 3 verse 4, "Let God be true, but every man a liar." When they put truth in our face like that, they're fulfilling the prophecy of Luke 12 verse 3. Therefore, whatsoever ye have spoken in darkness shall be heard in the light, and which ye have spoken in the ear in the closets shall be proclaimed upon the housetops. So whatever they speak about in secret, they must proclaim it upon the housetops. They have their ways. All right, we got to make sure we're not ignorant of Satan's devices, all right, or else he'll get an advantage over us.
Yep.
That was good.
Interesting clip. That's the first time I'm watching it with you guys, so that was pretty deep. But something that we've covered before, like Jane, I agree with Jane when she says a political sign is a snake too. I remember looking into that. There's a lot of symbolism and everything, so I believe it.
So who actually started NASA?
Nazi scientist.
True, they were used in the paperclip project, but it was started by Parsons Engineering, and the guy who headed up Parsons was a known satanic person.
Mm-hmm.
He's also friends with Ron L. Hubbard.
Yep.
The one who started Scientology.
Yep.
Wow.
And they would conduct seances in their home, which was about where I used to live, about a quarter of a mile from where I used to live.
Yeah.
In Pasadena, California, growing up in that town. There's
Wow.
a place called Devil Gates Dam. A lot of weird things go there on over there. And NASA Jet Propulsion Lab is just not far from there.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a
Wow.
lot of connections with the occult and NASA. And also, like Jimmy said, in Operation Paperclip, they brought in all these Nazi scientists, as well as doctors and psychologists and psychiatrists that help formulate MK Ultra.
Yep.
That was heavily used in the 1960s.
Yep. And this would have been good if they had Kathy Brown on for this segment, because then she could tell us all about that.
And since we talked about that last week, I got that book, and once I started reading it, I couldn't put it down.
Yeah.
It took me about 20 hours to read it. You know, I read it in spurts, but what she reveals is just we're talking about sexual abuse is and mind control is it's terrible. It's just terrible.
I think the biggest thing that we're trying to get people to understand when we talk about these subjects is these subjects have been termed off limits. This is crazy talk. This is, this isn't really happening. This is only stuff you see in the movies. The point we're trying to make is this stuff is real that we talk about. And Ruby made his comment. Well, I'm just starting to learn about symbolism. Is that what you said, Ruby? Something to that effect?
I'm starting to notice the symbolism. Yeah.
And that's a good thing, because even in the Q posts, I can't tell you how many times it's been written in there that symbolism will be their downfall. And what that means is once the everyday normie person worldwide wakes up and recognizes these symbols, they start making the connections on who's behind everything. That's why we pointed out the rocket with the whole Katy Perry crap. That was symbolism. And so, yeah, once people start, understanding what that is, this is how they communicate, the deep state, Illuminati. This is how they communicate to get their word out so they can say, oh, well, we tried to tell the people and they just accepted it and they didn't fight back, blah, blah, blah. We did our part. Those people are just stupid. That's how they look at everybody.
Right.
Have a
So,
good night, you guys.
oh, good night. Is that Mika?
Yes.
Good
All
night.
right.
Great
Good
having
night.
you
Thank
on.
you
Come
for
back.
joining.
Yeah, no problem. See you guys later. Bye.
Okay, bye.
Okay.
All right, guys. So just the four of us now. But I told Jimmy about this story a while back. This was at the end of March when there was a kerfuffle between a Satanist group and a Christian group in one of the, I think it was a Capitol building in one of those states. I'm not sure, but I'm about to play the clip. Now, basically, what happened was there was a protest slash, I don't know, like a group of people were just storming in and they were doing a Satanist ritual or something like that. And then there was a young Catholic who disrupted that. So I wanted to get your opinion on that. Oh, but before we do that, there was a comment from Julian Watson that I wanted to bring up. I saved for Jimmy. I forgot to bring it up. So, Jimmy, this is for you.
Okay. I'm plugging my phone up right now.
Okay, so Julian is asking you if you believe Elon is playing along with the alleged lies concerning space.
I actually do. And the reason I say that is because of what we've learned about Mars. And when I say Mars, I'm not talking about the red planet. I'm talking about the military auxiliary radio service. I think that's the title of it. I don't think a lot of people know what that is. See if you can pull up just M.A.R.S. And this is why I say I think he's playing along with some of this stuff.
Okay, so it says.
Now, I don't know if Google's going to show it or not. Well, I'll be surprised if they do.
Okay, so it says Mars can refer to the following. Number 1, military auxiliary radio system.
Okay, that's what it is.
Mars, the planet, or the last one, mercenary assault and Raycon squad.
All right, so try to do a search just on the military auxiliary radio service and see if they have an explanation real quick of what it is.
Okay.
Is that Wikipedia?
Yeah.
Oh, God. Okay, what do they say?
It says that it is a United States Department of Defense sponsored program established as a separately managed and operating program by the United States Army and the Air Force. The United States Navy Marine Corps program closed in 2015. The program is a civilian auxiliary consisting primarily of licensed amateur radio operators who are interested in assisting the military with communications.
Okay, that's fair.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so what a lot of us digital soldiers believed was going to happen is when the EBS goes off, or there is and y'all have heard the talk, the narrative about the grid going down and things like that. Mars can be used to activate the emergency broadcast system.
Oh, I see what you're saying. That would make sense.
Because
Okay.
it said civilian. It said civilian. Oh.
Yes.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Well, doesn't Elon Musk have Starlink?
Yeah, he's got Starlink too. Yeah.
So Mars is mostly about ham operators.
Yeah. And basically being a civilian force that can assist the military bypassing the mainstream stuff that's controlled by the deep state, and they can put information out that will help the people. So
Okay.
that's how I view it right now, and that's why I think this whole space thing with Elon, like I've said before, I've been torn on Elon for a very, very long time. I don't know if he's just I don't know if he's good, he's bad, whatever. I just watch what's going on. Like with Doge, yay, I'm happy for that. Putting brain chips in people's heads, no, I'm not cool with that. So I'm torn with him. So I don't know how, and I don't know how he's actually being used, but people are waking up to a lot of stuff because of him. So there's that.
So the follow-up question from Julian is: so he'll lie at one game, but the Doge game he won't lie about?
Actors play a part. That's my response to that. There's a script. There's a script. Go ahead, Joseph.
Ruby, follow the logos of Tesla and SpaceX. What does the X? What degree is it? Is it just like the Masonic cross?
Ah, interesting.
Everything is in, like Jimmy said, is in symbology. They're telling you, they're giving you the information right in your face, but you have to discern what it is to understand it. Watchdog does the same thing. It has subliminal images in their literature to either excite the people to do something other than what they're supposed to, or they're just telling the people what they are going to do and who they really are.
And
They're
as
telling you what they're going to do before they do it.
Yeah. And there's also another theory out there, and I will say theory on this one, that beyond the Arctic wall is more land. And one of those places called Mars. So there's that's out there.
Wow. Okay. All right, that was interesting. So now the video that I wanted.
Paul's laughing. Why's Paul laughing?
I don't know. Like, I'm just listening because, like, Mars, right? I mean, I don't know. We got.
Do what?
I'm just saying that we have Earth.
Right. But it could mean different things, like not the Mars we think that they're talking about, like space Mars.
I get where Fallon's at. She's like, who the F cares about Mars? We got Earth. We got to take care of ourselves. We got to worry about Mars.
Planet, right? What are we
What's
talking
that?
about?
What's that?
Are we talking about planet or
When it comes to Mars, a lot of people think that it's referring to the planet out in space, millions and trillions of miles away from us.
Yeah.
However, what Julian was asking is he lying about, is he just playing the game with space and just telling, just playing the game and that space is actually fake? Well, that's why I mentioned Mars, the military auxiliary radio system, because a lot of people don't know what that is. So is that something that is being mentioned and being referred to in line with what happened with communications? Then there's also the whole idea that there's land outside the Arctic wall, and that one of those lands is called Mars. Just putting it so
Arctic wall, because like I mean, Antarctica. You're talking about Antarctica, right? Like, I mean,
And
Correct.
beyond. So that's
Beyond
the
beyond the
flat Earth
Arctic,
theory.
beyond the Antarctica wall.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I mean, I see what you're. See, I always viewed the world as a globe. Okay, I didn't think of it like an end. Right? You're saying
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
Antarctica is the end of the map,
right?
It's a circle. It's a circle.
but it goes to the North Pole where Santa is, and then the South Pole where I don't know.
That's what we've all been taught to believe.
Right.
But here's the thing, Fallen. I don't know if you missed you may not have seen an episode we did on this, but there's actually older generations of people that were in school in 1900s, 1910s, as late as 1920s, that they were taught in school that the earth was flat.
Wow.
Yeah, there's
And
a
you're-
documentary on that on YouTube, and I interviewed the guy who believes in like the flat Earth theory. So I have an episode of that, Fallen. His name is Dave Weiss.
Yeah, Flat Earth Dave. Here's
Yeah,
another
Flat Earth
question.
Dave. Yeah.
Here's another question. When did we supposedly get the first picture of the moon?
In the 60s?
I can't even answer that. That sucks. I can't even. Well, I mean, if I looked it up right now, I don't know. I can go on Google.
Okay, so Ruby said the 60s.
Mhm.
Actual real photo of I'm
Yeah.
sorry, did I say moon?
Yeah, moon. You
I
said
meant
moon.
Earth. I meant Earth. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. When did we actually get the first picture of Earth?
I don't know when.
That would have been in the 60s when they supposedly went to the moon and took a picture of the Earth, right? That's when
Yeah,
most people.
supposedly. Mm-hmm.
How did Universal Studios, that started in the 1920s, if I'm recalling correctly, have their logo of a spinning ball
Right.
Earth? How did they know basically 30, 40 years ahead of time what the shape was?
Let me answer. I don't know. I would say because of the moon. I mean, when we look at the moon, it looks like a circle, and when we like put it on, like,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's like I see a mirror right there, but if it was to be 3D, it would be a sphere. So, I mean, automatically, I think logically, you would think it's
Mm-hmm.
Earth would be just like the moon.
Mm-hmm. That's a good reasoning.
That's
a good one.
Things in 3D. Things in 2D, it's not flat. I know what an ass looks like.
Right.
Yeah, asses. I'm just being silly. I'm just being.
No, that's fine. That's fine. We've had this. Yeah.
You have to have a program that you could look up, Ruby.
I don't know.
Yeah, she could.
I don't know. I guess I've seen like a circle in like space. I've never been far enough up. I've been in the air before, but like I've never been out of Earth.
You gotta watch that interview first. Watch that interview first, because I was really skeptical too, and I was asking him left and right, respectfully, and then watch that documentary that he did on YouTube, which is once you do Flat Earth Dave, it'll pop right up, and that documentary is what blew me away, and that's why I was like, I gotta get this guy on my show, and then that's when I requested him to come on. But we're gonna move on to this story just really quickly, because I remember telling Jimmy about this Christian/Satanist kerfuffle that was going on. So let's just watch this clip. I didn't watch it yet, so I'm gonna watch it with you guys.
Please pray for my friend Marcus Schrader. He's being held in this correctional facility in Shawnee, Kansas, right behind me. He was just punched in the face twice by a man called Michael Stewart. He is the head of the Satanic Grotto here in Kansas. Their organization had a demonstration planned today at the Capitol. Prior to the event, the governor here in Kansas, Governor Kelly, told them that they could not go inside the rotunda if they were going to do a satanic demonstration. Michael and his group refused to listen to those commands. Today, they went inside the rotunda at the Capitol and were even told before they went in by the police.
I'm officially giving you your warning from the Secretary of Department Administration that you are welcome into the State House. But if you perform any type of event or disruption, you will be Uncensored. Thank you.
Michael Stewart and his posse came in to the Capitol this morning, disobeying the order of the governor, and then started chanting and dedicating the Kansas State Capitol to Satan. My friend Marcus, in an attempt to shut this down, in an attempt to honor Governor Kelly's order, grabbed the paper that Michael Stewart was reading from, the satanic liturgical chant, and in response, Michael Stewart punched him twice in the face. Michael Stewart is currently out on bail right now. I am waiting to get Marcus out on bail. If y'all could remember to please pray for Marcus as he's released tonight. He's a young Christian patriot who is trying to do the right thing.
Wow.
That's what happened, Jimmy. And I was like, whoa. I mean, we talk about freedom of religion, but I think this is just too far. I don't know. Let me know what you guys think in the comments.
Well, this happened over in, I think, in Iowa, where they had a display in their rotunda area, and a Christian went in there and destroyed it around Christmas time.
Destroyed
Yeah.
what? I didn't
Sorry.
hear that. Can you guys hear me? Hello?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Say that again. Sorry.
I actually didn't hear what Joseph was saying. That's what I was
Well,
saying.
around Christmas time in the state capitol, I think it was Iowa, that there was a display of Satan.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
this Christian went in the rotunda area and saw it and destroyed it. And he was arrested for taking down this satanic effigy of satanic worship.
Yes.
Supposedly it was put up because of freedom of religion and free speech.
Yep, I remember that. Somebody destroyed it twice. And come to find out on X, it was actually an Orthodox Christian who did that. And it was
Yes.
floating around the communities online that I'm actually in. And I thought that was hilarious. I was like, wow, what are the chances? But I agree with it, honestly. I think that there should be a line, a red line where too far is too far. Like we should not be erecting satanic statues. And then I would, on the flip side, I would say the same thing about the way Catholics put up statues of Mary. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just, I don't know. For me, it's just like a little too far on both sides. So what this young man did, whether it's right or wrong for him to intervene, I don't know. I mean, I would have not done that. You know what I'm saying? But he got punched twice for it and he got arrested. So how is it that you get assaulted and you get arrested? What is that? Why did he get arrested when he was the one who was hit? You know, like that bothered me. So I just wanted to share that with everybody so that you guys could, see that. Really quickly, Jimmy, Shaq in the comments, he said, you guys are joking. Most of the planet has been mapped out since the 17th century, and they knew our planet was round. That's why globes were around for a few hundred years with latitude, longitude.
If you want to believe that. I mean, because I saw somebody say something about, there was maps from the 1500s showing that the Earth was not flat. There's also maps from the 1500s that show an actual ice, they show a wall around the continents, and it wasn't actually ice. It was actually fertile land. That's what these maps show. These maps also show that California used to be an island. So how are we to trust these maps? Which maps, can we trust? That's a better question. Which maps can we trust? Who was the map maker? What affiliation did that map maker have in society?
Your way up, right? That's right, in Pocahontas.
Yeah, so It's like the map we have because there's a difference between, oh God, what's the name of it? The Decatur map and the other one. I sent it. There was an excellent video. Okay, I can't remember. Let me log off again. Let me go find this video. Hopefully, it won't take me as long to find it as it did the other one, but it was a really good explanation. I'll be right back.
Oh my, crazy, man. I just fucking bought an American flag not too long ago. And not too long ago, I bought a map. Like, what the fuck?
Well, you know what?
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. But Fallen, you know what Jimmy always says? He says, like, don't take our word for it. Just look it up and read about it yourself and make up your own mind. Make up your own decision about it. There's lots of people who believe in it.
I know the only states I've ever been to was the Philippines. I've been to Florida. I went to Georgia. So, I mean, I don't know. The map seems pretty accurate so far.
Yes, but you know what we also talk about on the show? And I don't think it's conspiracy. It's just a theory. That's what I just say. It's just a theory that even some structures like the pyramids and like certain things that just cannot be explained, right? We just don't know how, why, when, whatever, right? A lot of those things people believe that the Anunnakis built it, or like aliens, or giants, that giants still exist. You know what I'm saying? Like, we talk about a lot of things like that.
See dinosaurs, right? Is that real? I mean, I don't know. I never dug up one, but I see museums about it. Like, but we know that elephants are real.
Okay, the dinosaur, that one, I used to believe that too, and I went down the rabbit hole about the dinosaurs and how they've started finding bones, and the Smithsonian, I think it's called, and there's a whole like theory rabbit hole with that one. And I am questioning whether or not the dinosaurs actually exist. And I'm gonna be honest, I doubt that the dinosaurs actually existed. I don't know. I'm gonna just put it out there.
Oh my God, no.
I just don't know.
Rex, bro.
I just don't know. It's the same thing with the flat earth. As soon as I talked to people who actually believe it and I respectfully questioned it, I started thinking, damn, what if the earth really is flat? I mean, would it really change anything in my life? No.
Would it change the T-Rex though?
Say that
Well,
again?
like you said, it's a theory. It's a theory.
Yeah, it's a theory.
It's yet to be proven.
Right, because they talk about the Nephilim. Where the fuck is that? You want to be Christian now, huh?
Well, I just found out with Jesse and Gigi long time ago that the Bible actually does say that the giants continue to exist after the flood, and I didn't even know that.
Yes, that's what it says.
I mean, I've seen tall people. That's true. Is that what you're talking about?
I don't think just tall people. I mean, like genetically, like
I'm
half
5'1".
human, half angel. So, listen, I don't know. I don't know. I'm still learning too, but it's very interesting. Chad in the comments says, "You guys ever been to museums?" That's hilarious, Chad. Yes, I've been to museums,
Yes,
but that doesn't mean.
I've been to a lot of them. Not
Yeah.
only in Europe.
And
Yeah, but
my
even
whole
if I go to a museum, I'm not gonna believe what they put there. Listen, I don't believe and I don't trust nobody. I don't trust the government. I don't trust museums. I don't trust the internet. I don't trust the person right in front of me. Okay, so it's very hard for me to go into a museum of science or something and be like, "Yeah, 100% accurate. Yeah, that's what happened."
That's literally what I was thinking when I was in the truth.
In the cult, it's not the truth. We can't say the truth anymore. We gotta.
I know. That's why I'm joking. It was sarcastic.
Oh, okay. Shush. You almost triggered me because Tony says it all the time too, and I gotta be like, stop
It's not
saying that.
the religion.
Listen, I don't even say the R word. I don't even say religion. I say cult.
It's a cult. It is the cult. Damn. I was trying to be nice. I was trying to say the R word I was trying to be nice. I guess the cult is the word. The C word. That's a worse that's a really bad word, the C word.
I mean, people put a negative connotation to it, but it doesn't have to be. You know what I'm saying? Like everything's a cult. So what?
It's fun. Yeah, I was just putting a
Yeah.
pun. Well, the C
Well,
word, the C-U-N-T.
Cult comes from the word culture.
Yeah, exactly. Um, even science in general. I don't think I believe in science. I don't know. I don't know that either. I don't like
Evolution.
the whole
I don't believe
subject.
in evolution either, I guess. That's another one, right? I remembered one time I stood up for Jehovah when I was in that cult in
Mhm.
I was what, 12th grade? No, 11th grade. And here in America, I was in 10th grade when I was in the Philippines. But here in America, I remember they were talking about evolution, and I stood up and I said, I don't believe in that. I believe that
Mhm.
God is evil. Like, I stood up in the classroom. Like, I was a proud Jehovah's Witness.
Yeah, yeah. I used to be like that too.
Me too.
Yeah.
You know, you could, like, remember all the videos that you watch to train yourself to, like,
Mhm.
stand up in front of everybody and go out in service and talk about, like that's saving your
Mhm.
life.
Yeah, but when it comes to this stuff, I'm still like a proud conspiracy theorist. Like I would not afraid to say, yeah, I think that that's fake. Even if it makes me look or sound crazy, I'm still standing up for something that I believe in this moment in my life. And that may change, but in the moment, I'm not going to let anybody boss me around and say, "Oh, well that's so stupid to believe that the earth is flat. Like haven't you gone to a museum?" Like duh. No, because that doesn't mean anything to me.
Yeah, because there's documented evidence out there that shows that the Smithsonian Institute has hidden a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
It's documented. And then of course you have the Holocaust Museum, which is a whole nother story. But anyway, so sorry it took me a little while to get back on. For some reason it wasn't wanting to connect to X. But I wanted to go back to this whole map thing. And I sent you the video on our Facebook Messenger.
Okay.
One of the biggest things that I've told folks over time in all my videos is one of the things you got to wrap your head around is once you realize that or accept that we have literally been lied to about everything.
That's crazy.
Once you accept that from that perspective, then that allows you to open your mind to other information. And, because we came from Watchtower, we were always told, oh, don't believe in outside information. We were programmed not to be open-minded, to look at something else.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So with that said, if you've got that clip pulled up about the maps, it's and this was in a TV show. Again, we played Family Guy. They said they put the truth out there in plain sight. So here's another TV show putting information out there.
Okay, so I have the clip here. The title says, "Why are we changing maps from the West Wing?"
Hi, I'm sorry. Oh, sorry to be late.
Not a problem.
I'm CJ Craig.
Of course you are. I'm Dr. John Fallow. This is Dr. Cynthia Sales and Professor Donald Huke.
Huke?
Huke.
Okay, and you are the Organization of Cartographers for Social Equality.
Well, we're from the OCSE. We have many members.
How many?
4,300 dues-paying members.
What are the dues?
$20 a year for the newsletter.
Let's start.
Wait, I want to see this.
This is Josh Lyman.
Indeed you are.
Josh, this is Dr. Fallow and his merry men.
Yes.
Should we begin?
Yes. Plain and simple, we'd like President Bartlett to aggressively support legislation that would make it mandatory for every public school in America to teach geography using the Peters projection map instead of the traditional Mercator.
Give me $200 and it's done.
Really?
No. Why are we changing maps?
Because, CJ, the Mercator projection has fostered European imperialist attitudes for centuries and created an ethnic bias against the third world.
Really?
The German cartographer, Mercator, originally designed this map in 1569 as a navigational tool for European sailors.
The map enlarges areas at the poles to create straight lines of constant bearing or geographic direction.
So it makes it easier to cross an ocean.
But
Yes.
it distorts the relative size of nations and continents.
Are you saying the map is wrong?
Oh dear, yes. Look at Greenland.
Okay.
Now look at Africa.
Okay.
The two land masses appear to be roughly the same size.
Yes.
Would it blow your mind if I told you that Africa is in reality 14 times larger?
Yes.
Here we have Europe drawn considerably larger than South America. When it's 6.9 million square miles, South America is almost double the size of Europe's 3.8 million.
Alaska appears 3 times as large as Mexico, when Mexico is larger by 0.1 million square miles.
Germany appears in the middle of the map when it's in the northernmost quarter of the Earth.
Wait. Relative size is one thing, but you're telling me that Germany isn't where we think it is?
Nothing's where you think it is.
Where is it?
I'm glad you asked. The Peters projection.
It has fidelity of axis.
Fidelity of position.
East-west lines are parallel and intersect north-south axes at right angles.
What the hell is that?
It's where you've been living this whole time. Should we continue?
Uh-huh.
So, you're probably wondering what all of this has to do with social equality.
No, I'm wondering where France really is.
Guys, we want to thank you very much for coming in.
Hang on. We're going to finish this.
Okay.
What do maps have to do with social equality, you ask?
She asked.
Salvatore Natoli of the National Council for Social Studies argues, in our society, we unconsciously equate size with importance and even power.
I'm going to check in on Toby.
Go.
These guys find Brigadoon on that map. You'll call me, right?
Probably not.
Okay.
When third world countries are misrepresented, they're likely to be valued less. When Mercator maps exaggerate the importance of Western civilization, when the top of the map is given to the Northern Hemisphere and the bottom is given to the Southern, then people will tend to adopt top and bottom attitudes.
But wait, where else could you put the Northern Hemisphere but on the top?
On the bottom.
How?
Like this.
Yeah, but you can't do that.
Why not?
Because it's freaking me out.
Get Google Pixel 9a on us.
So the reason I wanted to play that video is for the folks that want to go back and say, oh, but these maps from 1500 and 16 shown for years that this is the case. Yeah. What agenda was being pushed even back then? That's just the question I want people to think about.
Wow. And you said that's a TV show.
In geology,
that was from the West Wing.
Pangea. That everything was all connected at one time, and then the plates separated.
Right.
That's a theory, a geological theory.
Right.
So that's why when someone says, oh, but that's like me saying, or someone saying, oh, didn't you read that in the news? It must be true. I'm like, really?
That's exactly how I feel. Oh, it's in the museum. I saw it for myself.
Yeah.
Okay, good for you. 587 is asking you, Jimmy, do you know Rob Skiba?
I do not.
Okay, he says a lot of NASA research. Okay, so that's for you. Let's see. Okay, so this is another good clip, and I haven't seen it, so just remember I'm watching all of this live with you guys. I saw this on X. It says, if you want proof that our history is a lie, you need look no further than the founding of Salt Lake City.
1847, a group of pioneers, 147 pioneers, just rolled on into Salt Lake City, and in 20 years just started knocking out these buildings. In like 2-3 years maybe, let's look at a building being deconstructed, okay, by hand, brick by brick, by people using horse and buggy. This was not the same civilization that built those other buildings, period. And they expect us to believe they were putting up these buildings in like 3 years with this technology, with horses and buggies. This is a lie. This is supposed to be a construction photo. This is not new construction. It's all a lie. These buildings were here. Our civilization was reset, and the truth is being hidden from us so that we can be controlled. Are you ready to believe that you've been lied to?
I didn't understand any of that. All I heard was the music in the background.
Okay.
All right, so but oh, go ahead, Ruby. Sorry.
Go ahead. Well, I was just gonna put it in simple terms. The theory is that the society, us, has been reset with new information, new history, but those structures and buildings have been built or have already been there for hundreds or thousands of years by a different civilization that built that, not us, not with our technology or their technology, horse and buggy, but with a completely different technology or people.
Yep. That goes back to the Tartarian Empire and the buildings that the Tartarians, I mean, it was worldwide. It's funny that they say, Salt Lake, just for this, use this as an example. Salt Lake City was founded.
Mm-hmm.
When you find something, did you create that something that you found? Or was it something that was already there and you just found it?
I guess in that scenario, it was already there and they found it.
Correct. So there's so many cities here in the United States that were, say, founded in whatever certain year it was. So it's a play on words. These buildings were there before people got there. This society has been reset.
That's the theory.
Yeah. I mean, you can look at all the buildings. I mean, you could do a quick search right now on X, introduction to Tartarian structures, and they would give you more structures around the world that show similar architecture. And how were these buildings built with just horse and buggy?
That's true. Look at Notre Dame Cathedral. We don't know who built it, even though it was built 1,000 years ago.
Another thing, and you're right, another thing to look at too is the style of these buildings. It goes into collecting ether and creating free energy. We'll come back to that. But look at how intricate, how detailed these buildings are. Now look at the buildings we build today. Do they look anything like what has existed before?
Mm-mm.
No. They've dumbed it down. Our buildings are just like tall boxes. It's drab. It does. And, these buildings were built with a specific design to harness energy, free energy, and to help with healing. That's why a lot of these buildings had bells in them. And what do we know about the bells? They were all destroyed. So this is a very interesting. I love this topic because I look back and I'm like, then it goes into the mud floods, which is a whole nother thing about the resetting of society itself. And then you have the orphan trains, which it all ties together. But the Tartarian Empire thing is very, very interesting. If you haven't looked at that, I suggest going down and checking it out.
Okay. I found this. Yeah, exactly what you're talking about. It's a Tartarian book or something.
Okay.
That
Yeah,
is
play
just
it.
showing you the buildings and structures. Well, it's just music, so I'm just playing it behind what you were saying because it
Oh,
was
okay.
on topic. Um, so wow, I didn't even know about that, Jimmy. I'm gonna
Oh
look into
yeah.
that.
Oh yeah.
Cool.
Well,
You know, you
check
see,
out
There's
the
3 of them.
foundation stones of the Parthenon in Greece.
yeah,
It's some of those stones are like 40 feet long and 15 feet thick and 15 feet deep.
yep,
And so there was who placed those stone foundations for the Parthenon?
yeah. Yeah, and even our modern technology, moving equipment, bulldozers, lifts, whatever that, they can't even lift up one stone from the pyramids. They showed
That's true.
they showed 3
Yeah.
forklifts or 3 big machines, and they could not pick them up. So,
Yeah, that's crazy, right?
Paul, you look you look like your mind is like running a mile a minute right now.
Hang on right now, because let me tell you, I do like my home. I like my structure of my home.
Right?
It makes me feel cozy. Actually, my home was specifically made to feel cozy. Everything is close together. Now, when it comes down to like those designs, like the churches or whatever those buildings were, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Those buildings were specifically for, but you're right. Each building is different. It gives a different vibe, and it like I used to go to school for interior design. So yeah, those are designs that I mean,
Mm-hmm.
even now interior design has been improving. Like there's these 3D printed houses now that are being 3D printed, like making it look like it's like those domes,
Yeah.
dome looking, like I don't know what you call those. It looks like a dome, but like
Yeah.
there's printed
Yeah.
houses that are there's no squares. It's just all a circle. Like yeah, it's I don't know. I was just thinking about design and stuff, and it just got me thinking about.
And then imagine that technology, but hundreds of years later, thousands of years later, people are like, how do they build that? Oh my goodness, our technology can't even do what these structures look like.
And seeing a lot of these buildings that we look as being churches today, they weren't built to be churches.
Mm.
They were built to be centers of gathering free energy from the ether. You have all those. You have the steeples and everything. And then if you look at every one of those steeples, they have like a ball at the top, and these things were specifically designed to collect free energy. And it
Interesting.
wasn't until the reset that the deep state globalists decided, you know what, we're going to make that a church.
Okay, now that makes sense. And that's why people think Christianity is a form of control or like a psyop to make people believe in a Jesus and things like that. I get it.
Yeah, there's some really good videos on the Tartarian stuff, especially the structures. And then if you want to go that route, then you got to look at all the the mountains and rock formations. Why do they look like huge animals? Why do they look like bodies,
Petrified
faces?
giants.
Yes,
Petrified giants.
yes,
Yeah.
that's very interesting too.
I know. I saw a little bit about that, but I will scare myself and then I won't sleep for days. So I gotta go slow.
No.
Really quickly before I move on to the next clip I wanted to show you guys. Fighter of Truth says, Ruby, thank you for sharing. Appreciate you. But I'm an educated person and have critical thinking skills. I don't believe this. Take care. It's been interesting.
Okay.
Gigi says, I am an educated person, educated by the system. And I agree with you, Gigi.
Yeah.
And go ahead, Jimmy.
Well, we all are. We all follow the system.
Being educated doesn't mean you have common sense. And that's not a slight to anybody. Because being educated, okay, what system were you educated in? Who educated you? You know, did you get a degree from Harvard? Okay, so what? You know, there's a lot of educated people that took the damn Fauci ouchie.
Right.
I know I'm uneducated. Cheers.
There's a lot of educated people that believe, you know, we went to the moon.
Yep.
When, you know, you can look at stuff, but that's a whole. But yeah,
Well,
just because you're educated doesn't mean you have knowledge of what's been going on in this world.
Yeah, and we've all been educated by this system if you went to school. And even after school, if you didn't go to college, you educated yourself. I don't think education really matters
I mean,
like that.
how would that person feel that made that comment if she was if he or she or whoever it was talking to somebody who was educated back in the 1910s about the earth being flat? That person from 1910 can say, but I'm educated. I know what the shape is. You know, what are you going to say to him?
Right. And he has all the degrees on his walls and he's telling you, no, this is the truth. And you're like, no, it's not. Yeah, that's why I just don't take people's word for anything. I don't care if they're educated or uneducated, whatever the case may be. I discern things for myself and I brainstorm with you guys. I'm not telling you to believe it. I'm not telling you that if it's true or untrue. I'm just entertaining these topics because it's interesting to me. And I know that I can do this safely with Jimmy because Jimmy's not going to call me stupid or dumb or uneducated like some people in the chat.
Yeah, well, I went to school after Watchtower, but I only went to school to in order to get an engineering job. That's it. You know.
Yeah.
You know, I was just concerned about that. Now that my mind has been expanded, you know, sometimes I even took a class on the Old Testament, and also the next semester was the New Testament.
Nice.
And I took all different kind of history courses because I didn't really deeply study that when you're studying, trying to do engineering work. So that all interested me. And
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're good.
when you learn all these different things, it makes you wonder what is history?
Right.
History is written by those who want us to conform to a certain power or influence or realm of influence. Like I said last time, it says, I think it was, if I remember right, Plato said that the history is written by the victor.
Yeah.
Or the victorious.
I tell you
what. Manipulate whom they conquered into a certain way of thinking or belief or whatever.
I think our conversation this evening has struck a nerve with some folks in the chat, because I'm seeing some comments in there right now that, you know, I can tell we're getting under some people's skin. And you know what I say to that? Good.
And I gave the warning. Hey, I played the clip.
Yeah,
I said, I'm about to get
do.
messy. I gave a warning, everybody. This
Yeah.
is what we do in the 2-hour mark. We just brainstorm, we speculate, and we just have fun.
But you know, when someone says, you know, like who was it? I'm gonna call him out. Stiani one, and there's a lot of dumb people who think we didn't go to the moon. Okay, well, oh, hang on.
See,
yeah, there's a lot of dumb people.
I didn't go.
What's that?
I didn't go to the moon.
Me neither.
Yeah, you know, yeah, it just says, yeah, what exactly was said. Where is it at?
Well, when that first came out in the early 70s about not going to the moon, they blamed that on the black community.
You know what's so?
Wow.
This is
You
what
know,
it's talking about. We're talking about past and future, past and future. Like, you know what's interesting? They talked about in my school 9/11.
mhm.
Okay, I wasn't exist. I mean, I existed in 9/11, but I don't remember what's on the news in 9/11
Right.
because I'm a kid. I don't look at the news.
Yeah,
This
I think my response to that is, this person saying that, there's a lot of dumb people who think we didn't go to the moon. I don't think we went to the moon. Do you think I'm dumb? What is
Well,
the
he.
depth?
I don't know. I mean, we got
Because-
AI, we got cars. I mean, we could possibly make a rocket, right? Rockets have flown, but they exploded. There's evidence of that.
Yeah, tons of it. Operation Fishbowl.
Well, what about the radiation in outer space?
Yeah, the Van Allen belts. So I guess in that sense, then there must be a lot of dumb people out there because there's a lot of people who don't think we went to the moon.
And they're educated too, so it doesn't matter.
Exactly.
It really doesn't matter.
Do you think that we went to the moon?
Do what?
Who, me?
Ruby, do you believe this?
No, I don't. I
Yeah,
don't.
I don't either.
I don't believe that we went to the moon. I don't believe dinosaurs ever existed.
I believe. Why did I believed it because we can fly airplanes. That's why I believed it.
Have you ever seen the?
And we can breathe underwater. That's why I believed it.
Yeah.
Well, those are different. Those are different. Those are different industries. I mean, can we go to space? Yeah, I believe we can go to space because of the rocket. But can we go all the way to the moon that's supposedly 93 million miles away?
Right.
To the deepest part of the of the ocean.
Right. I mean, that is far away. I had to say, at least I do believe that we went to space, though.
Yeah, I think that's easy. I think going to space is easy, but going to a different planet when I don't, I don't know, man. I just don't believe it.
Yeah, I know what you mean. That's another. I mean, especially back in 19 something. That's a whole nother. That's a little too soon.
I guess one thing that gets me is how did the astronauts call Richard Nixon at the White House on a landline?
That means we didn't go to the moon, guys. Actually, what happened was we just went to space, and that's it. And they just hit a meteorite.
Why did Stanley Kubrick come out and say that basically he filmed the whole thing?
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? When those things came out and I saw those interviews and all those, whether it was he was joking or not, like I don't.
Why did Buzz Aldrin go around on so many talk shows and tell kids, "Yeah, we didn't go to the moon," or "That never happened," or why is he doing that?
Oh my God! If this
and why are the three astronauts who supposedly walked on the moon? Why do they have a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame?
Interesting. Yeah.
They were good performers.
This is a big case, bro. This is a big case.
Exactly. That's why people call it a hoax or whatever. And I get it. I totally get it.
This is dealing with money, bro. We're talking about.
That's exactly what it is.
This
money and actors.
That means something's gonna happen. Like something, I don't know. Something in the future is gonna happen, guys. Something in the future, man. This is not good. This is not cool. I'm waking up. That's why.
That's what's going to happen. People are going to wake up and they're going to realize, well, this is what the government sold us. We probably bought it. And if you didn't buy it, good on you. But majority of people bought it. And just, are you willing to accept that truth when and if it does come out? That's what Jimmy says all the time. Will you be willing to change your stance when you find out the truth about that? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many people that bought the COVID lie. There's so many people that bought the 9/11 lie. And the pattern has been going on for a very long time. There's a lot of people out there that believed the story of the Titanic when we know that we've been lied to about that too.
No fucking way.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, the
Oh, yeah.
Titanic, that made me sad for weeks. Like that's sad. That's sad.
Yeah. We were lied to about that.
What do you mean,
Yeah,
Jack is
the Titanic.
What about Jack?
is he alive?
Who
Oh my God.
No.
But I mean, yeah, there's some. I mean, and we've touched on a lot of these things before. I think we've even played clip. Have we played a clip on the Titanic? The truth about the Titanic?
A long time ago. So we'll revisit that one. But I do have I have like 2 cool clips about UAP, UFO,
Okay.
this one about the air, and a couple of other videos that are in this subject.
That's
right here. This, whatever this is, this right here. We think it's air, but I realize that if I stop, close my nose and mouth for 4 minutes, if I'm separated from this substance for 4 minutes, my heart don't stop. My brain don't even stop. My body functions don't stop. The first thing I lose is consciousness. I pass out. I could no longer stay aware. So I started to say, well, wait a minute. I'm not just breathing in air. I'm breathing in consciousness. I'm inhaling and exhaling God itself. And this air is conscious. Right here.
Mm-hmm. I thought that was pretty interesting when I saw that. When he said that the first thing you lose is consciousness.
Right. Your heart doesn't stop. So
Meaning that everything is consciousness.
that was crazy when I first saw it. I was like, whoa.
That's deep.
Yeah.
That makes sense. It's like when you sleep. I mean, you're still conscious when you sleep.
Just in a different state, which is weird to me, right? Because it's like, I don't know.
Your subconscious kicks in. I tell you what, my dreams over the last month have been freaking insane. They have been crazy. I wake up in the morning, I'm like, what the hell was that?
Well, you do smoke, so that could be inducing, right?
When I was smoking,
I've been smoking for years, but my dreams have never been like as vivid as they are now. I can actually control things in my dreams now.
I've always controlled it since I was born. I've always controlled all my dreams.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I'm ready to do that. I feel paralyzed when I try to. I'm partially paralyzed in real life.
Yeah, it's like your right arm, right?
No, it's my left arm.
Oh, your left arm. Okay.
It happened through birth. That's a story that I want to express in like my own video because like, I don't know, it's affected my whole life. I mean, I don't know, it's deep stuff that if I express it, especially on here, it's like, I don't know, I'm scared to tell people my life.
Maybe you can do it on Discord. It's a little bit more private, like we can do a live stream like this, but on Discord and
yeah,
if you want.
Yeah, I'm still new to Discord, so
yeah, we could set it up like just us on the server and
that'd be good.
out.
I mean, it's I see homeless people out there, but why do I have a home? It's a little question right there. But I don't want to talk about it here. I just
right. And I do have El Reno on Discord too, so we're gonna have an event with her soon. She had to cancel today, but I'm gonna redo an event for her. Somebody in the chat. Sorry, I don't mean to change the subject, but somebody in the chat was saying, "Oh, John Marciano." He says to play clip Capricorn 1 movie, if I can find it. So I'll look for that. I'm gonna star it. What was that?
That's a good movie to see.
Okay. I'm gonna put it on the list so we could do movie night on Discord. So I'll see if I could get the trailer in a minute. And let me see. All right. Some people have said good night. So good night to the ones that are leaving. But I gotta show Jimmy this. Did you see this, Jimmy?
Okay.
They put the stuff in plain sight. That's the caption for everything, right? When there's like a symbolism.
Oh yeah.
Did you see this one about the stars and the Paramount and the whole
Yeah, I think I have. Maybe not this particular one, but I'm aware of it.
Okay, I'm gonna play it for everybody because this one threw me for a loop.
Yeah.
I am shook. I'm shook. I'm shook. I'm shook. I'm shook. Guys, you will not believe what I just found out. This is site, and you wouldn't even know that unless you read the Book of Enoch as history, not scripture. And I can tell you why in a whole other video. I want you to look at the Paramount logo. How many stars do you see on there? 22, right? In the Book of Enoch, there are 250 angels that came down to earth, procreated with mortal women, and created a ravenous species of giant. You're probably like, okay, how does 250 go into 22? There were 22 leaders of the fallen angels listed here by name. Y'all know what they did. We talked about it on my channel, teaching humans heavenly knowledge, like trying to predict the future with astrology, teaching us about makeup, reading, writing, all these things. We were supposed to be childlike on this earth. We were not supposed to be getting into all the stuff that they brought down. When you watch the Paramount intro, you will see the stars floating over the water, aka the deep. And you know, on this channel, we have spoken about the demonic marine kingdom and how in the Bible, the deep could possibly be referencing the darkness, aka the devil, which is why on the new earth there will be no sea, and could be one of the reasons why Jesus walked on water, to show dominion over the ocean. Don't forget the fact that the women that procreated with the angels were cursed to the sea to become sirens. That's a whole other video. Anyway, so you see them floating over the water, referencing them to darkness. And what do? Congregate over this mountain. When the fallen angels came to earth, they landed on a mountain called Mount Hermon. These angels were a third of the angels of heaven because they rebelled against God with Lucifer. The decimal for 1/3 is 33.33. The coordinates for Mount Hermon is 33.33. Y'all tell me this is not mind-blowing. Tell me. They put it right in our faces. Who they serve, what they stand for. This goes to show that television programming, they're programming us, channeling certain visions in our head. It all connects. It all makes sense. I could talk about this all night. Don't get me started. Anyway, make sure you guys like and follow and comment down below what you think.
Go to the gym. That's what I think. Go to the sauna.
You know what? After seeing that, Ruby, I had a thought. We are ruled under maritime law of the sea versus law of the land. And if that's the case, where, and then she said Jesus walked on water to show that he had dominion over the sea. That's just an interesting connection there for them saying that, these people ruled, from the deep.
Mm-hmm.
And we're in maritime law versus land, law of the land. I just thought that was interesting, an interesting connection.
But what do you mean by that? Marathon? What?
Oh, let's put that on the list for next week to talk about maritime law versus, because it take a lot to explain, and we've had a lot of people leave. I'm gonna write it down, maritime law, and we can pick up on that subject next week.
Okay. Do you want to see the trailer? Capricorn 1, 1977?
Sure.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Okay.
We are T-minus 18 seconds from liftoff. We're T-minus 15 seconds.
Would you and your men please follow me?
Jerry, what the hell is this? This is an emergency. Please follow me now. T-minus 10 seconds. 9, 8. We have ignition. 6, 5. We have outboard engines. 3. We have inboard engines. 1, 0. We have a launch commit. We have a liftoff at 35 minutes after the hour.
Every split second of this historic flight, every intimate detail, every heartbeat was monitored by Mission Control in Houston.
This is Capricorn 1. We have landed.
As millions all over the world watched and listened, the President of the United States spoke to the astronauts across the vastness of space.
To the men of Capricorn 1, I bring you greetings from your fellow Americans.
There's only one small catch. It never happened. It's all a lie, a fantastic $30 billion hoax.
Something's wrong, and I don't know what it is.
Dig deep enough, you might uncover the truth.
Those signals couldn't have come from 300 miles.
But the odds are you'll never live to tell it.
Freeze! I'm not moving an inch.
They're on the plane together. There's a device. It's on the plane. There's some people. If I don't get the all clear signal, they'll explode it.
Something's wrong. Something big. They know I'm onto it, and they try to kill me. Who's they? I can't tell you.
We are dead.
You tell me you're in trouble, you're out on bail, you just got fired, I tell you I'll be right over.
My head hurts.
You look awful.
Thank you very much.
You're quite welcome.
These people are capable of anything.
You sound
AJ.
It's hard to believe you really are that far away in space.
It's hard for me to believe it, too.
You're up to something. You want my help.
It's gotten out of control. It's too big.
Capricorn 1, this is Houston. Capricorn 1, we show red on the heat shield. Capricorn 1, this is Houston. We show red on the heat shield. Do you read?
Pull that lever down by your feet when I tell you, Sonny.
Capricorn 1,
God.
the mission that never got off the ground.
Interesting.
No way.
Interesting. You know what? At the beginning of there, they said T minus. You know, we've all heard that phrase, right?
Yeah.
T minus. Have you ever wondered where that came from?
No.
So check this out. So let's see.
Satan.
T minus. Read it backwards. One thing that we've learned is to think mirror and look at things backwards. So I'm trying to make sure I can show you guys this. So if you've got Satan and then T minus and then read it backwards, I'm sorry, but NAAS, but NASA.
Stop it.
It can look.
Stop it.
T minus, like T.
They're saying Satan, but T minus. And the only people that
take
say
away the T?
and the only people that say T minus is NASA.
T minus what? T minus.
T minus, take the T out of Satan, and you got
Right.
NASA.
Take the T out of the word Satan and read it backwards. It says NASA.
Well, it says NAAS, but you put the words together, jumble them together, the letters, and it spells NASA.
Or not, if you like jumble it together, yeah.
Yeah, you jumble them. Yeah.
I mean, even I was like, I was mind blown when Satan was like Santa, like
yo, that one too. That got me too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But like John Marciano just said, there's lots of clues everywhere, and that's why it's so disheartening for folks that do look at this stuff. To have other folks out there just saying, "Oh, you guys are just stupid. Y'all will believe anything," and it's like, well, at least I'm willing to look at this stuff and see if there's something there. I'm not so closed-minded where I just accept that the Earth was a globe and just deal with it. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with asking questions and doubting what our reality truly is.
Okay, well then I want to know the recent photo of Earth.
You won't find one. They're all composites.
Or CGI. Some people have said
There is no picture. There's actually no picture, actual real picture of Earth. You can Google it, and it'll tell you that all pictures of Earth are composites.
The most I can do that I can afford right now is skydiving. That's all I can afford. So I can show you a picture there.
I was reading. I was reading the comments. Somebody said something about the Shining references. I don't know all the references there.
Oh, okay, yeah. They said to look up
Oh,
something.
yeah, The Shining.
Yeah, play film The Shining, fake moon landing references.
Oh, really?
Have a museum where people can afford to just go and take an elevator to see what the shape of the Earth is, and then we can all be at peace.
Yeah, that would be great if we could all. Yeah, it'd be great if we could do that.
Right.
I can show you where I've been on the airplane. That's all I could tell you.
Yeah, and they won't let us explore. They won't let us go past the Arctic wall, or they won't let us go past a certain.
Yeah, anyways, I don't want to be cold. Anyways, I'm sorry. I'm staying up here. This is the coldest I can be. Is in New York.
But I mean, the government shouldn't be putting lines in the sea that you can't pass a certain.
Yeah, we talked about it before, Fallen, but why is it that 57 I think it's 57 countries, or let's just say most of them, they all agree that the general public is not allowed to go to Antarctica?
Right. Like, why would they have that treaty?
Yeah, that's a good point. Is it because it's so cold? I mean, we got jackets, bro. I live up north.
It has nothing to do with the temperature.
It is never that simple. Never that simple.
They do not allow anybody to explore beyond, or you can't. There's only when you actually go to Antarctica, they have a specific place where they take the tourist, and that's it.
Right. I think they're hiding something there. They
They're totally hiding stuff down there.
It could be weapons. I think it could be weapons that have not been, known or released to like the rest of the world. They're probably hiding something there. That's my theory. I don't know.
Have you seen the video to where the U.S. military? It was like from the 50s or 60s, I think it was, but they showed a video of the United States military building an underground base in Antarctica.
Okay, I think I've seen that.
Yeah, it was
Not
pretty interesting.
specifically the same video, but a theory that they are building something in there, or
it wasn't a theory, Ruby. They actually showed it being built.
Oh, really? Okay, no, then I don't think I've seen it.
Yeah.
But that's interesting. I think they are building something there. I saw people on X saying that they're hiding the giants in there. that they take them from, the world, and they stuff them in there because that's the only way where they could hide them. I don't know.
And probably preserving whatever it is preserving, because being frozen, you can freeze.
Good one. Yeah.
It doesn't take a lot of energy if you're already in an environment that provides that energy.
Do a quick search. I'm just curious. Do a quick search on X. Clip showing U.S. military base built in Antarctica from the 50s. I think it's from the 50s.
They're trying to bring things back to life, like dinosaurs, bitches. What if that's what they're doing down there? I'll be fine. I'll stay up here in New York City.
Yeah, that's a movie too. Like all those movies, I don't know. I don't like them because it's like, what are they trying to say? That they're engineering these extinct animals like dinosaurs to come back to life? Hell no.
Well, oranges were never a fruit that Jehovah made. I mean, oranges were man-made. And if they can create oranges, and I'm hearing all this shit, why wouldn't they bring back the most, like, mammoth? The mammoth. Let's talk about that. That's bigger than an elephant.
Okay. So I don't know if this is the right one, Jimmy, but
it should be like old.
Yeah, but this says 1946, 1947.
I think that was that. Yeah, that was the year. Those were the years. Yeah.
Deep in this bitter vortex,
Yes.
Okay, well, that's a 16-minute video, so
Oh,
maybe
okay.
no, we could definitely pick up from here where we left. We could leave it off here and then pick up the discussion next Tuesday because this is probably going to make us question a lot more things. So I'm going to bookmark that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
bookmark that because that's very, very interesting. And it just shows that even 1946, 1947, they were building, and they were doing it beforehand, but they were building bases in Antarctica.
It's called Operation High Jump.
Yes.
Okay, so now we know if anybody's interested, you could do some research and then come back next Tuesday so we could talk about that. But did you see this?
So too, I think last week, Fallen had mentioned that she wanted to talk about abortion.
Oh yes. Okay, so we'll dedicate the last few 30 minutes to that subject because I could go all night with that one. But did you guys see this 7 hours ago posted on X, a UFO over Canada? Or UAP, better known?
Interesting.
Right? Like what the heck is that? That's not a light show. That's not. I don't know, maybe is that a drone or I don't know.
Every time I see something like that, I just think Project Bluebeam.
It's hard to believe shit nowadays because of AI.
Yeah.
That too. But why they keep this bothers me. Like I'm sick and tired of this. Anyways, all right. So let's dedicate the last few minutes of the show to a discussion / debate, if you want to do pros and cons of the abortion issue. So first give your stance, then we'll give our stance, or whoever wants to give a stance, we'll give ours. But Fallen, you go ahead first and describe your stance. Go ahead.
Okay, I mean, look, I'm changing every day, but at the same time, this is how I feel. I feel like I have this tattoo for a reason. Like this is my name. And if it wasn't for my parents, right? Because it takes two people to make a baby, and it takes two people to decide to not have the baby if they don't want the baby, but they got the baby. And if it wasn't for them, I want to be alive. I don't know. I mean, it's complicated, right? Some people don't want to be alive. But like it's a fetus. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember being a fetus. Would I personally say anything now? No, because I'll be dead. But right now, since I'm alive, if I had a baby personally, yeah, that's my child. But if I got raped, no, I'm sorry. Like, there's a process to having a baby. I was planned. Some people were accidents, and then some people were an accidental miracle, and then some people were a tragic miracle, and then some people were a tragedy. I'm just saying, it's your story. I mean, if I was raped personally, I would abort, but then again, that's not what I went through. So I never been raped. I never had to go through that. I know someone and down south, and she was expressing to me saying that she aborted her child because he was going to have Down syndrome. Now that's another topic, I mean, you're going to know that you're going to have to take care of a baby that's disabled. It's a burden in a sense. I'm disabled myself, but I wasn't supposed to be born this way. It was an accident. What happened to me, it was an injury, but they planned me in the first place, and they knew they wanted me, but it was an injury because other people fucked me up. It takes another human being to help out another human being giving birth. I don't know. A lot to abortion. So personally, I don't agree to abortion, but if you have tragically went through something like rape, then yeah, abort it. I mean, that's all I gotta say. There's so much more. We're talking about God too. There's so much more. We're talking about afterlife. Like, why this life? No afterlife. There's a lot to it. I'm just abortion. It's a big topic.
Right. So you would consider yourself pro-choice?
Yeah. Mostly.
Okay.
I'm like 85% of it. The other percent, which would be mostly like tragic things like rape. I mean, But I know that some rape victims had their child and they exist. And even from the worst rape victims, like they were raped by their own father. Why do those kids exist if they were born by their own father and daughter? When if we're talking about Christian things and how God purpose things to be, yeah, incest happened at one point in life, early in life, to create Adam and Eve. And then they have children, and then they created children, But rape is with somebody that you don't, that's a stranger, that, but that could also be within family. You can be raped in family. There's There's a lot. A lot.
Yep. So you would say you're pro-choice, but with limitations. So in certain cases, there should be a limit where it should be allowed.
Yeah.
Right. Which is the majority of the country. To be honest, a lot of people would say the exact same thing. So Jimmy or Joseph, would you like to give your stances?
Joseph, you want to go? I'll go.
I don't normally believe in abortion, but if the woman has a libation pregnancy and the baby is killing the mother and the baby it will not be born, then an abortion is necessary.
Yeah, that's true too.
For medical reasons. Because the libation pregnancy would never mature to be a child.
Oh, okay. All right. So that would be a very low percentage.
That's what my dad
said. Yeah. Okay. So Jimmy, go ahead.
I look at this several different ways. I look at it from a political lens, and I'll also look at it from a personal lens. I'll give my personal lens first. For me, I don't believe in abortion unless there's rape, incest, or the health of the mother. And even with those situations, Fallon just said there are rape victims out there that had their kids. I actually saw a video. It was a black guy, and he's very successful. And he goes around talking about how he was a product of a rape. And he was thankful that his mother didn't abort him. Now, that's a personal decision that she made to keep that rape baby, I get, for lack of better words. Personally, if that lady would have chosen to abort that child, hey, that's her decision. I wouldn't have a problem with that. Now, what I do have a problem with, and I see it way too often, is to where a lot of women use abortion as birth control. And that's a fact. There's a lot of them.
I'm okay with that. That's not cool.
Yeah, that's not cool. That's murdering your baby. And for the folks out there that say, oh, well, the baby's, 3 months, 4 months, it's not a baby until it's born. Then I go back to the whole thing. If a pregnant woman is murdered, why do they list it as a double homicide? All right.
Yeah, that's in the law books. Yes.
Yeah. So now on the political side of things, I look at, okay, why is this issue been blown up so big over the last 50 years, 50, 60 years? And if we go back and look at what one of the intended goals was for the deep state is depopulation. This is a perfect way to have the people fulfill your agenda by murdering what would have been their kids.
Right.
And that falls in with the depopulation agenda. So that's how I look at it.
Well, just be gay.
Do what?
She said, "We'll just be gay." That's funny.
Well, I mean, and no offense, people can choose whatever they want, and I understand that. That's cool, but how many kids are being born through gay couples?
Oh, that's a whole nother topic that,
I'm just saying,
oh my gosh.
there's not a lot of babies being born. Just saying.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Oh,
true.
you're muted, Fallen. I think you unmuted yourself.
In all
sorry.
the
We need
countries,
more
we're below the threshold of surviving.
Okay, so yes, I agree a little bit with everybody, but I am going to give you my views, and I'm gonna give you another warning, and I will I will admit that it is considered an extremist view. I'm just gonna put it out there, but I don't care. I will agree with Tracy in the chat that she says the woman who created abortion was a racist. Yeah, it was eugenics. They
Yes,
were
Margaret Sanger.
promoting, yeah, they were promoting the abortion to the black community or poor people because they don't want them to have babies. They wanted to literally eradicate them from society as if we don't need them.
Correct.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, so that was one thing. How where did things originate? That's one thing that I look at when I'm looking at stuff like this, right? Same thing with the Democratic Party. They have origins with the KKK. I will never with a good conscience be a part of something like that, right?
Well, it's a new world order where they only want so many I think 500 million people on the earth.
Right. So those things kind of bother me off the back. But if that doesn't bother anybody, we come back to modern times. I agree with Jimmy is that a lot of women are not not respecting themselves enough to not get pregnant. Like there's so many ways to prevent it from happening that I feel like society has downgraded so much that now the women don't even care who they're sleeping with, and oh, who cares if I get pregnant? There's a pill,
Right.
there's a this, there's a that. So they're gonna be loose. And then society in turn degenerates, in my opinion. So there's no standards, there's no values, there's no morals. Forget about marriage. Nobody's getting married anymore. When back in the day, if you did get somebody pregnant, the right thing to do would be to get married and have a family. And you know what I'm saying? Like take accountability for the things that you've done. But we don't see that anymore. You can just get rid of it, no accountability, nothing. Who cares? It's that mentality of who cares? I can do whatever I want and I can just go to a clinic and do it for free. They don't even have to pay for it nowadays.
Yep.
That the state or the government would even give it to them for free. I got a problem with that.
Yep.
From the gate, out the gate, I got a problem with that. Now we take it more into the morality part of it. I am so politically and like traditional, like I told you last Tuesday, Fallen. I want the laws back when it was illegal to do adultery, when it was illegal to do certain things in public. Like we've discussed this before, right? I believe in those things. But we're living in 2025 in a type of America that doesn't have those values anymore, that respect anymore. You know what I'm saying? So it obviously wouldn't work. But if you're asking me personally, I would consider myself an abolitionist. I want to abolish it completely 100%. No pill, no procedure, no matter the case or the instance. I want to get rid of it 100%. And then, like Joseph said, in the case of a medical thing that it is absolutely 100% unavoidable, then the doctor will have to do what he needs to do, right? That's probably the only instance where me, you, the woman, the father, the mother wouldn't have a say either, because it's just inevitable. They would have to do it or else the mother would die. You know what I'm saying? Like in the case of an emergency.
Yeah.
I mean, that happened to my cousin. She died in the Philippines. She had a baby that was already dead and
Right.
she died because of the dead baby.
Right.
The baby was dead, but they could have saved the mother, and I could have had my cousin still at this point. But when it comes down to rape, personally, I'm gonna be honest with you, Ruby. If somebody was raped and it was the mother's choice, like if it was my choice, I don't know what I would have done. Or I think about my own free will. Like, what would you do if you were raped? would you abort your own child because you were raped by somebody that you didn't want to have sex with?
No, because it's not. In my opinion, I would say, why give the death penalty to an unborn child and not the death penalty to the perpetrator, to the rapist? That's who should be getting the death penalty. The
Okay, so
unborn
then
child.
to be a then I don't disagree with you. I feel like then I'll do that. I'd rather kill
Exactly.
the guy that raped me instead of the child.
Exactly. As soon as they find the rapist, you do the firing squad. Like you do the death penalty for him, but not for the baby. And if you don't want the baby, give it to a family who can't have children and want a baby. Do an adopt, like a closed or open adoption where you can just give it to somebody who you know or trust, or somebody who's already approved, and you could fast track it instead of paying thousands of
There
dollars.
should be a lot of people. There should be a lot of guys dead.
Yeah, you're right.
Exactly.
Well, and to be fair, a lot of women should be the same way because, like I said, they have abortion after abortion just because they don't want to be moral.
That's true.
But
morality, it really puts a strain on society to support all these children born out of wedlock, out of whatever, whether it's rape or people, just women having all the different kind of men that she wants to have, and the same with the men.
Right. But you see, Jimmy, like what you just said, I agree with you, but you can't legalize morals. So you can't force somebody to have morals, but what you can do is prevent them from what the law already states, which is stealing, murder, etc. And I would put that category under murder, because the government cannot force you to get married and be traditional. But we can also tell you, no, you can't kill an unborn child just because you want to, just because you slept with somebody and got pregnant by accident. Like, oops.
Well, taking religion out of it altogether, there's what we call natural law. And one of the attributes of natural law is you don't commit murder, you don't assault anyone, and the third one, the big one for this topic, is you don't rape.
Exactly. That's what I'm
That's
trying to say.
natural law.
Yeah. I think another thing that society doesn't talk about a lot is making, I think you touched on it a second, Ruby, but making adoption more available, making it quicker, making it cheaper to be able to adopt a child. I think adopting a child has been designed to be as difficult as possible for a reason, so people don't do it. So if there's somebody that was raped and they had the stance of, well, I'm not killing this baby, but I don't want this baby, they should be able to give that baby up for adoption. And it should be easy. It should be an easy process to have that done.
Yeah, super easy. Like, what the heck? And
I would
you
rather, I
go
would
ahead.
rather my taxpayer dollars going to better the adoption program versus my tax dollars going towards paying for an abortion.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's
Oh my God, man. This is a lie. I didn't think about this, man.
That's true, but fallen ashes. I could see your point as well. What would you do if you were raped and you got pregnant?
Now that I mean, if this is a murder incident, I'd rather have the rapist die than the child, because at least the child was innocent.
Yes, I agree with you.
Rapist wasn't, but people that have sex purposely, that knows that that they like the sex and it wasn't rape. Because rape to me is where you don't like the sex and it's like you didn't plan to have sex. That's what rape is. So people
It's more of an assault. It's more of an assault.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it really has to be a rapist because you're talking about people dying here. We're talking about murder here. Like this is like after you love somebody or like take advantage of somebody, you're gonna kill them.
Mm-hmm. Right. So there has to be a high standard to classify what that is.
Another point that's been made in the comments, we ain't touched on it yet, but abortion being a form of child sacrifice.
Oh, yeah. Lisa
Yeah.
Sands. What if
Yeah.
abortion is part of a satanic ritual on a mass scale? And I know some people do believe that.
Yeah.
So I've heard of that.
I mean, if you look at the lady who found Margaret Sanger, look at what she was involved in, and then tie that to Hillary Clinton, who said that one of the most influential people in her life, and she said this, was Margaret Sanger.
Yeah.
And we know what Hillary's been involved in.
And Senator Byrd.
And Senator Byrd, yes. Yes. So,
now he's mentioned in the book Transformation of America.
Yeah.
Quite
so, yeah.
extensively.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, it's not transformation. It's trance. That's TRANCE is one word, and then formation.
Trance.
Yeah, Transformation of America.
Yeah.
Very interesting book. Highly recommend it. If we're going to ever interview Kathy O'Brien.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, some could look at it as being a form of child sacrifice or a Illuminati ritual. Yeah, totally. I can see that.
Yeah, and they kind of just sell it to people as if it's a choice, like a freedom, like an empowerment, like a lie. They sell a lie.
Correct. I mean, even
why these women in ancient times would have a baby and sacrifice it to Baal?
Yep.
So they would impregnate themselves so they could sacrifice this baby to Baal.
That's true.
So it's the same thing with an abortion.
Yeah. And if you look at the Roe versus Wade thing, the lady, that lady, she admitted that what was told never happened.
Yep, I looked that up, and that is true.
So that was a complete lie that we were told.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah. So,
Fallon, how's your brain doing tonight?
I'm just thinking of scenarios, like past memories. Like I just remember a time where there was this girl that I knew that needed a plan B, and I helped her get one.
Yeah. I used to think like
by
that.
the way, Fallen Ashes, you and I share something. I am Filipino and Irish.
Oh, wow.
So I'm a mestizo Filipino.
Mestizo, yes. I've heard of that.
I used to think like that, Fallen, because 6-7 years ago, I used to be like pro-choice too. So those decisions, those conversations, those actions that I myself have done, you can't really live in that kind of regret type of, or like that guilt, because your opinion is going to change in the future. It might change 2 or 3 or 4 more times. You know what I'm saying? And you probably have done something, said something, or like helped somebody else with that, like you just said. But you can't like be too hard on yourself like that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, now you know better, you do better. So now that I know better, I would change my viewpoint, mindset, and I wouldn't promote it because now I disagree with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're honest, you're upfront, and you're like, yeah, I used to believe what the media said. I used to believe the TV. I used to believe people all the time. But now I realize and I make the decisions for myself. And now I would do everything in my power to be a part of the change. You got to be a part of that change. So I signed up for a walk for life. You know, like now I believe in pro-life movements. I believe in abolitionist risings, which is another organization that works to legislate, you know, to abolish abortion. I signed up with them. I signed up for a march that I just went last Saturday, and we marched for life. Um, I signed up for like Moms for Liberty. I want to get involved in the school board, and I want to get involved in education because I homeschool. You know what I'm saying? But 10 years ago, if you would have met me living in New York City, living in New York City, I was another, you know, liberal, pro-choice, you know, to all.
How about this though, real quick? Because, like I said, I didn't help her get an abortion. I gave her a plan B. So that's not abortion, right? Like that's
debatable because some people would say it isn't, but I would say the moment of conception, that is a person. So when you take the pill is
it's like a birth control.
Is not though. You no, it's not, and it's very dangerous to use it like that.
Yeah.
So,
but it's a pill.
It's a pill that stops the growth. It holds the hormones and the, you know, the nutrients and everything for the baby, for the cell, whatever you want to call it, and it kills it, and then you get your period, basically.
Yeah.
That's not birth control. It's very dangerous to put your body through that. And I didn't realize how dangerous that was. And, you know, I used to see people popping it like Tic Tacs.
I helped out this person that wanted a plan B, and I gave it to her. All I did was I went to Wegmans and I gave her a plan B. That's it. And I didn't open it. She did.
Yeah.
I took one too. Many years ago. I used to take plan Bs too. But I didn't know any better. You see what I'm saying? I didn't know any better at that time. But am I going to guilt trip myself because of that?
Let's take this off the abortion thing for a second, but kind of the same concept. We know with our foods that there's so much poison in our foods, right? So a parent could be feeding their kid McDonald's, giving them donuts, giving them Takis, you know, chips, all this stuff, not knowing how harmful it is to their children. But now let's say their children, because of what they've been fed, they're now obese and have health problems. And then the parent finds out that, oh crap, all this food I was feeding my kid was basically harming them.
Right.
It's kind of the same concept with the Plan B thing. You didn't know. You thought you were helping. That parent thought they were, you know, feeding their kids and making them healthy. Come to find out they weren't.
Being worked.
We're at the fourth hour.
What's that, Joseph?
We're at the fourth hour.
Yeah, we always get to 4 hours.
Okay.
Yep. So yeah, we can start wrapping it up. But this is really, really good. I like this topic because it shows the growth process for people. Like you think about it. You know what I'm saying? You're actually thinking about it now. The stages, the conception, whether or not it's a person, whether or not it's a soul. Like Jimmy was saying, it's like you start going deeper and deeper. And I like that. I like what we're doing here. This is what I like.
I think it was mentioned last week or maybe the video or something, but scientists are baffled right now that when there is conception, that there's this light, this explosion of light when conception happens.
Yep,
now,
I saw that.
Okay, so you did see that. So I'm not thinking crazy, right?
Nope. It's a video. It's all over X. It is a flash of light.
Okay, so a flash of light. So now if you want to go spiritual about that, the true God is basically, from what I'm learning and everything, is a form of light. It is light.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
And so it was, divine, powerful light. So when Jesus said that the kingdom is within you, or it's been said you are made in God's image, if God is this bright light, and then there's a bright light that happens at moment of conception, what do you take from that?
They've been aborted.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that just means, and it says children are a gift from God. So is that baby that's now did they just get a form of light from the creator? I'm just asking.
I think that is what CERN was CERN, super collider is trying to find the God particle.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
it's in that light
So
that you're talking about.
if we know that darkness doesn't like the light and they do everything to dampen that or destroy that, wouldn't the dark forces want to destroy something that has light in it?
Yes. Well, isn't that the whole theme of the Bible? It's a struggle between light and darkness.
Correct. Paul looks like she's like, what? What?
I'm just like, my mind is just like,
It's open. Your mind is open because you're actually entertaining the thought. You know how many people I've had this conversation with and they start screaming and yelling and like, you're wrong. And they, you know what I'm saying? But at least your mind is open and you're thinking about it. That's what I want to do here. I want to see people think about it.
That's
there's a lot more I'm thinking about because it's not me that had the plan B. Okay, this is not me that had the plan B. This was my friend that had the plan B. So it's making me think that she wasn't even a true friend in the first place. Why are you bringing me into your fucking situation, bro?
She didn't know either.
Yeah, that's true.
Right. They just don't know.
For something. And
Like,
you just gave her something.
Sorry, go ahead, Joseph.
Well, you just gave her something that she could buy. It was her that actually opened the package and used it.
right.
You didn't do that for her.
I know.
What was I gonna say?
That must bother you. Yeah, that must really conflict, give you a lot of doubts in your mind.
It's kind of like all these parents now who are starting to learn that the Fauci ouchie was dangerous and harmful, and they gave it to their kids.
Yes.
They're starting to they're like, oh my God, I cannot believe I got my kid jabbed. They're because they're learning the information. And that's what's going on with Fallen tonight, which I like that. I like the one comment we had from 587. I think it was 5. Is Ruby still here? Is she still with us? Okay. Apparently not.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. Sorry.
Okay. But it said something about that this was a respectful debate. That's all. Yes. I guess he's referring to what we're talking about and that we're conducting a respectful debate.
Yeah, we're not screaming at each other.
No,
we
there's no
all
need to.
have different views and different levels of those views. So it's just a discussion. That's what this program is.
So
we could debate an issue. Well, we could pick a subject to debate on, if need be, or we could just discuss it. Well, by discussing, it can open different.
It's really hard.
Do what?
I'm not gonna lie. These are the topics that are hard to discuss. Now that I'm thinking, like, you guys opened my mind, and it's just like, wow. Damn. My heart is aching.
Well, Fallon, I'll go ahead and let you know that the feeling you're having right now is 100% normal. Because for anybody, the level of waking up is when you wake up from things, it's very difficult to process stuff because then you start questioning everything you've been taught in life.
Right.
And it's like waking up from Watchtower. We were angry, we were hurt, we were sad because we really thought we were doing the right thing for God. And then come to find out that we've been completely lied to. That's disheartening. So then you take it to the next level with the political side of things, and as convoluted as it can be, and as divisive as conversations can be about that stuff, when you wake up to truth and you start thinking about things, you're like, wow, wait a second. That's difficult because you're battling what you thought to be true, and then you come to find out that it's a lie. It's difficult to deal with. But there are people out here that have woke up, we've kind of healed, we've learned some things, and we have done this so that we'll be able to help others as they wake up as well. And that's one of the reasons why I took what I did to the XJW community after learning all this stuff, because I was like, damn, they woke up from Watchtower, but they have no clue about the bigger picture of things in this world. And I want to go ahead and mention these things, talk about these things so that they can start waking up to that too, to try to help them out. It was all to help people out.
And Fallen, I do want to let you know that even though, like Jimmy says, most likely everything was a lie. But what I found out is that some things were not all a lie. I just had to change my perspective on it. I just had to change my mentality on something or my opinion on something. And then it worked out for me to keep some things but get rid of the junk. And then add more things that I probably would have never agreed to 10 years ago, but now I'm like, yeah, abolish it. But also I'll just give you my personal thing. The reason why I'm so passionate about this stuff is because I was in that moment when I had to contemplate abortion, when I was pressured to abort, when I was told to take the pill, when I did take it, when I did make an appointment for Planned Parenthood, when I did go to the clinic and I was afraid to ask a doctor for an abortion, or I didn't know how to do it because I was afraid of being judged or whatever. I was that young teen that had to go through that, and then later in life had the children that I had because I thought I had to have them. And I used to feel like so burdened that why didn't I just get rid of them? Like, of course I love my kids, but I would have saved myself so much pain if I would have just gotten rid of it. Like I used to struggle with those thoughts a lot, and it bothered me. It bothered my spirit. It bothered me. And that's where a lot of the mental health issues happen for women, is because we listen to the propaganda and we believe that we'll be happier in a career or happier in college or happier everywhere else than just taking care of your kids or just staying home or just getting married. You know what I'm saying? Like traditional values, they put that down and they make you feel as if, no, you need to be your own independent boss chick and you'll be happy with a cat. So, and I'm not saying those are bad things. I'm just saying like that's the struggle for what I went through personally. So when those decisions had to come up for me and I was struggling and I was depressed and I was anxious, like, what should I do? What shouldn't I do? It's like I didn't know anything because I didn't have a mother. I didn't have family. I was being shunned. I was homeless with babies. I'm like, what the heck am I doing? There's no help out here. If I would have known about pregnancy centers, organizations that help teen moms, organizations that help mothers to give you free milk, free, like diapers, you know what I'm saying? Like so many women are struggling because they don't promote the solutions, those types of solutions. They promote just get rid of it and you'll be fine. Don't worry about your mental health. Don't worry about your physical health. Because you don't even know the damage that can happen in your body when you do have an abortion. We don't know those things.
And psyche as a woman.
Exactly. And then as a woman, if you do get an abortion, like I did, I went through that. I did get one. my mental health, it did deteriorate. Like the statistics are real. Because later on in life, when I disagreed with that, and then I looked back at my own life and I'm like, damn, I did this, and this. I regretted it so bad that I was suicidal. Like I was depressed. I wasn't well because I realized that I made all those decisions under fear and pressure.
Yep.
And just because just ignorance, I just didn't know any better. And there was nobody there in my life to steer me, or somebody older than me, like a mother figure or a father figure, to say, listen, do not make a decision in that state of mind because you're going to regret it later. Because you will. Because it was based out of fear.
Yeah.
You brought out a good point. Go ahead, Joseph.
Well, that was a good summation of what you just said, Ruby. And I'm sorry that you went through that too, but it was all a process of waking up. We all had to wake up. We all had to go through what, Fall and Ashes is going through.
Yeah, and the point I wanted to make is when you said that you did these things because of fear and pressure, that is a tactic that's being manipulated on everybody on so many different levels. There's fear and pressure for someone to stay in an organization that they know is bullcrap. There's fear and pressure for all those people who thought they had to get the Fauci ouchie or they lose their job. That was the pressure. And the fear kicked in. Oh, well, if I don't do this, what's going to happen to my job? What's going to happen to my money? Fear and pressure.
I was a PMO for 7 years because I had married into a multi-generational JW family, and my JW wife was so into it, as well as her family. I felt like I was stuck. How do I get out of this thing now that I got myself into without hurting people or getting hurt?
Right. I think my final point on that, what I was trying to convey, is that fear and pressure is used by some controllers to manipulate everyone on many different levels.
To do what they want you to do.
Exactly.
It's not what you really want to do. And you find that out sometimes too late.
Correct.
And that was the situation for a lot of young women like myself. But like this comment says, it's me, says, so it's okay you made mistakes, but now you want laws so other women who make mistakes have no recourse. I don't consider those things mistakes because I still did it. I consented to those decisions. So I have to take accountability for that. So getting pregnant is not a mistake in my opinion. And like we already discussed, rape is an assault. You don't have consent to that. So that's completely different.
Right.
Yeah. Goes against a natural law. Yeah.
Exactly. And then what Joseph said about the natural law, it's not okay to just do those things. And when you start looking at it in that perspective of murder, we already have laws in place for that. So we just have to enforce them.
Right.
So it's not about mistakes.
Correct.
Yeah. Beyond the murder, assault, and rape is, I think the next set of natural laws is theft, trespassing, coercion, and deception.
Exactly.
Those
Exactly.
are all natural laws that in all societies before they even had religion practice those natural laws.
Right. Okay. So this commenter says, I'm talking about you saying you took the Plan B pills. That's not a mistake either. The Plan B pills are literal chemicals that you're ingesting. Like, no. And you're ingesting the pill to end the pregnancy. And in my perspective, that is a life. So what you're doing is essentially ending a life. It's me. Like, I don't, am I not making sense? Like, I think I'm making sense. But
Yeah, you're making sense.
With the spark has been set and it was
exactly.
sealed by the chemicals.
It's once the egg is fertilized right there, the first week, it's already alive. So that's where a lot of people can debate on, but that's just my personal opinion that I would not want my country to legalize something like that. So I would do everything in my power to vote for the person who I agree with, to legislate those things. And in Florida, we already have the 6-week bill, the heartbeat bill. And if I have to agree to that, I probably would say that's better than nothing. But in
Yeah.
reality, I would want abolition. And that's just me. So now that I understand my position, I do everything in my power to volunteer for pregnancy centers, to march for life, to donate. If I could mentor a young mother or like a teen mom, I would do that because I was in that position. I got pregnant at 17 years old and I was pressured and I kept I kept it. I kept the second one, I kept the third one. I got rid of the fourth one. I took a plan B pill that probably got rid of a fifth one. You see what I'm saying? So I would mentor other women. I would do everything in my power to help other women. You have to be that change you want to see. And if you
And
don't want that change, then don't do anything. It's as
I want
simple
to
as
say,
that.
I want to say this real quick. You know, the society, the world tries to tell women that, hey, if you get pregnant, this baby's going to ruin your life, and you need to just, especially if you're young, you're not going to be able to succeed. Your life's going to be horrible. You're going to be living off the system. That's what we're told, right? But yet that is a lie, because that right there can be a personal decision. And the reason I say that is because for the woman sleeping in that house over there, right there, my wife, she was 15 when she got pregnant.
Wow.
All right. 15. She was still in school. And so she went to high school pregnant, graduated. Then she went to college to become a nurse. She had another baby at 17. Then she had another baby. I think she was 22, 70, 92. She was 22. So by the time my wife was 22 years old, she had 3 kids.
Yep.
She put herself through school by working jobs. And yes, granted, she had some parental help with the kids. But we're talking in the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
So my wife made the decision that she was not going to bend and be what society expected those folks to be.
Right.
And she put herself through college, became a nurse, and became successful. So when she's working at the health department and she sees these young girls come in that just want to use abortion as birth control, it burns her up, because she's like, and then they want to play the victim and all that. And here she proved by her making that decision to better her life that it could be done.
Right. Wow, that's an amazing story.
It's some deep shit.
That takes a lot of strength because
Yeah.
I've been on both sides of the fence and I literally ended it all. I mean, I almost ended it all. You know what I'm saying? Like, it takes a lot of strength, a lot of mental strength to push through a dream like that and actually succeed. Because I tried doing the same thing, but I had to drop out. I had to do this. I had to, like I had to take losses on my own life or possible career and sacrifice that to take care of the kids I already have. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes you have to make that sacrifice and bite your lip that you can't do what you want in life because you have to take care of somebody else. So you got to do what you got to do. You know what I'm saying?
And just, I've seen in the comments every time about the men.
Looking at the comments too, like.
Yeah, so just my real quick thought, because it's getting ready to be 1:30. We're going to be 4.5 hours. men should be they should be responsible too. Don't go out there and sleep with a woman and be unprotected and expect her not to and then don't take responsibility for that. I mean, if you create a child, step up and take responsibility for it.
But isn't the culture
And if you support it, that's fine.
men to
Want to
be
be
like,
here.
even when you're in high school, who scored, who who went to first base, second, third,
Right. It's being promoted.
Yes, and
Right.
music and all of the movies that were made are all pushing people towards that.
Exactly.
In the songs that we hear on pop radio.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a huge societal issue. So we could pick up here too. We're going to put a whole bunch of pins on these conversations. Come back next Tuesday. Fallen come back. Joseph come back. Hopefully Tony, Michaela comes back. Thank you to Jimmy for always being here every Tuesday night. It's amazing to have you on here. And thank you to everybody in the chat. Go ahead, Fallen.
I said I don't feel guilty, by the way.
Oh, good.
Good. Yeah, me neither. I mean, I went through a few years of hard guilt. Like I would beat myself up over it, but I had to change that mentality too. It's a long journey. It's 10 years in the making, bro. Like I am here by the grace of God because if it was up to me, I would not be here right now.
Yeah, and you did this all under the age of 30.
Yeah. And just like Jimmy said about his wife, by the age of 22, I had the same thing. I had already 3.
Wow.
By 21, 22, I already had 3. And I felt like I was drowning because I was being shunned by my family. So I literally had all these kids and I was stuck at home. You know what I'm saying? Like for years, feeling like you're stuck. So that's another part of my passion. I want to help. I want to volunteer. I want to promote those values, promote that you can make it. If I could do it, you could do it. You know what I'm saying? It's not just about politics. It's about family. It's about life. It's about literally everything. So thank you guys for coming. Thank you everybody in the chat. Thank you for everybody who came on the show. This was a great show. I loved it. We were here for 4 hours, Jimmy. You said in the beginning we're gonna be here for 4 hours.
I saw a comment. Somebody said, "Oh, watch this show if you've got 4 hours to kill." They were being very negative. So since it's so late and hopefully all these people have logged off by now, we still have people watching us that still like to troll us. So
right. But they can watch it like a podcast style. You don't have to watch our faces. Just listen to it while you're driving or something.
Troll away. We're gonna keep doing what we do. We're gonna keep talking about what we talk about. That's why it's called Unrelenting, because we're not gonna give up.
Yeah.
And so, hey, we're here.
I'm still gonna search on Plan B because I don't trust any of you guys.
Hey, that's what we try to promote to everybody. Listen, we talk about a lot of stuff. But the main thing is we want people to go dig on this stuff on their own and come to their own realization. Oh, wow. I remember Jimmy saying that. Yeah, let me go look that up and see. And then they go, once you start going down the rabbit holes, you don't stop.
Right. And then when you're done, come back here and let me know what you found out. Because I'm interested to see what was your perspective on the same rabbit hole we went down.
Exactly.
It is safer to be gay in this world. That's all I gotta say.
Okay. Well, that's your lane. We're gonna.
If we were gay this whole time, we don't have to worry about Plan Bs, guys.
Yeah.
And I would say it would be safer if you were just Christian, because everybody would follow the morals of the Bible and everybody would be married, and we would have real men taking care of their children and their families, and real women cooking and cleaning and taking care of their babies without the struggle that we had to go through. So that's my feminism.
I'm a gay Christian, just so you know.
Okay.
The gay Christian. Oh no.
Yeah. Because you can only not everybody. I don't want to have children. We're talking about the population. God said to fill the earth, not to populate and overpopulate the earth. There has to be some good people.
Paul, just real quick.
Funny.
Paul, do you think the earth is overpopulated?
No, I think like there's a lot of homeless people that should have a house. That's what I think.
Okay, well, yeah, I but no, just do you think the earth is overpopulated?
No, you could put the people in their place if you give them a home. Yeah, Antarctica.
All right, now what I Jesus, what I was saying, I saw a stat that you could take every person on the earth and stand them shoulder, like a couple of feet apart, but shoulder to shoulder, and they would all fit in a certain portion of just Texas or even I think it was, I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was a very small area that you could put everybody in. So it's not that the earth is overpopulated, it's just not being used correctly to benefit us all.
This climate.
Who
the
doesn't like
control is about saving our planet resources, and one of those is not to be overpopulated. So we now know that's a fallacy.
Yeah, exactly. So
I'll give you a whole if you let me be, gay in the new system. You can have a whole bunch of.
Yeah. Hey, it's in my wife's family. So
all the cattle and all the sheep and the goats. I can.
It's there. It's there. In my ex brother-in-law, he's an elder, but he has a child, a man, who is gay.
Yep.
In the
all right.
All right, everybody. Good night. Thank you so much for coming. I will see you here next Tuesday, 9 p.m. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Have a great night.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Trump, yeah, okay, bury him a legend, yeah, Trump, hey, okay, America's biggest blessing, free speech advocate, packing, never lacking it, I just bought another gun and ain't nobody taking it, gang, okay, the White House going crazy now, MAGA season, tell them liberals they can't break us down, it's up, they know we run it, best believe it now, about to paint the city red, please don't burn it down.